What up, y'all? Sorry about the long pre-stream. Had some technical difficulties I wanted to flesh out first. Okay. All right. Well, not quite sure what I want to do tonight. I guess it's just some uh farming for mythics, I guess. But I kind of want to do something new-ish. But I also want to play with either rapid fire or barrage or both. And I kind of want to try to do Shank Rogue, but I may not have time for that. So, but we'll see. Let's see on here. Yeah, why is the thing not pulling up? I see Will. Why is it not coming up?
Potato.
Strange.
Potato. Hey.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm just not gonna worry about it. You can just jump on in. Here, what's up, man? Code like 1,000 lines of code. Your free stream. Do a free stream so I can have fun cloud coding. Just now seeing that. Actually, let me make sure my YouTube chat is actually working. It's a major what is it? Actually, I won't say major updates, but Barrage and Rapid Fire did get some love. Probably the final patch notes for all the builds, except for maybe Rain of Rose, if some new stuff comes to light. But I doubt there's gonna be anything else more than what's out there. I feel like I lost some I don't think I'm gonna have to get a better amulet. Actually, you know what? We'll just gamble and see.
Yeah, not too bad.
At this point, it just needs to be like a 2 GA or a bus at this point. Kind of like these boots. I said pants. These boots. Just to have movement speed as a transfiguration on my amulet, I might be better off doing like I don't know what I think I can do Barrier Gen, right?
It's worse. Oh, sorry. Try again.
I guess we'll try for that.
Yeah, not too bad.
Let's communicate regarding your AI use for coding and they seem to be very anti-AI. Did you get a good game called by AI? What human made art assets would be fun, or do people hate anything that has a mild whiff of AI? I think it's just the thing is that like we don't humans are naturally afraid of change or don't like change. If things were fine the way they were, then it's like why change it? It's like the way that humans tend to think, right? And so the first iterations of AI, in the most recent hasn't been like a good look. I guess you could say. This isn't to say that AI can't do great and amazing things, but it's just like the early iterations of what AI has been doing so far hasn't really been like. I don't want to say not impressive, because there are definitely some things that has been really impressive, but it's like it doesn't. You see more AI slop than you do like good use of AI with human ability, or like with human oversight, if that makes sense. So I think when more of that becomes a reality, I think people will be okay. But until then, the skepticism is real. Appreciate the follows, y'all. The HV was trying to discredit the idea I was using AI as an SFL. I was like, I promise I'll not slopify. Yeah, I could say it's just one of those things that it's just going to take. It's going to take time before people, become okay with it. You know how long I had these? I had these boosts since like day 3, and I don't think I've ever bothered to like change them out. Might as well. All right, we're gonna actually keep the boost the way they are. I guess I could roll it to fix higher. I don't know, I guess I can roll the armor higher. Or maybe get some Ares. Actually, I think I might just leave the armor the way it is. Is there a difference between Fire Mephisto, T12, and T11? Nope. Anything really above T10 is just aspirational. Like, Blizzard made sure the game was like that. I mean, we as players, put more emphasis on T12, of course, but literally, what you gain from doing T10 to T12 is like practically nothing. In fact, when Woody Joe, leveled to 300 and Paragon 300 in like 2 days, like he did it in T11. He purposely decided not to do it in T12 because there was really no benefit. But like people, we naturally want to do the hardest thing, so we're gonna go, oh no, T12 a bust, right? I mean, and once you get really strong, I mean, at that point it might as well be, because you just feel so strong. Yeah, I guess I can do barrier gen here. But yeah, area, like I said before, it'll be a little while before people come around. But the skepticism is justified, I think. But it wouldn't prevent me from trying something. I think the only thing I think one of the biggest things I don't like is like AI music at the moment, and that's because I'm that's in a or AI music in which you're taking the likeness of actual artists and making money off of it, kind of thing. Like, that bothers me. Like, you're just legit taking their style, obviously the AI is implementing a style of or a couple of styles of different musicians and kind of like making it their own, and it's kind of like, oh man, like, if it's one thing if you're not monetizing it and maybe for fun or whatever, but like we start making money off of that, I think that is that is a pretty major problem. Or, you know, if literally all of your artistic work is done by AI, like you can't sing at all whatsoever, but then you're putting out tracks with AI like fixing your voice and making you sound like a goddess. Like, I mean, I don't know, man. Like I ain't gonna lie, I do feel a little some kind of way about that. At least label it that it's AI and not try to pretend like it's your own, right? Isn't that basically auto-tune though? Not necessarily, because you can obviously hear when something's auto-tune. Like when auto-tune was being used throughout, you know, hip hop and, you know, pop early, you know, kind of like in the 2000, like the, you know, late 2000s, early 2010s or whatever like that. They're just a better auto-tune. No, but see, but that's the thing though. Like those artists didn't pretend that they weren't using auto-tune. You could hear it was auto-tune. They didn't pretend that they weren't using auto-tune and try to pretend like, you know, it was something that they weren't. They were using it as like kind of like a sound effect. Like, so people knew, the artist knew, and the artist spoke about it. There are people who are trying to pass off their work as if they're actually singing the song when they cannot sing, and they're not putting it out there that it is AI. If you're gonna do that, at least say this isn't my whatchamacallit, this is done by AI. Like, don't deceive people with it. You can't deceive anyone with autotune. You know. And some people did it great. Like T-Pain was really, really good with autotune. But he can actually sing in real life, but he used autotune for more of a sound effect type thing, right? And then you have people like Lil Wayne and, you know, those kind of, you know, individuals who did it, and it was just like a sound effect, but it was egregiously like horrific when it was done. But he wasn't trying to hide anything about it. He liked the effect, so he did it. And you have the right to be like, I'm not gonna buy this, or I think this is horrible, this is trash, I'm not gonna listen to it, right? But AI is so good at the moment that, like, know what I mean? At least with autotune, you have to at least actually do some of the work. With AI, you can literally just tell a program to do it for you without you having to ever literally speak a word. You know what I mean? That's just a whole different level of things. In my opinion, that is. Oh, I feel slow. Is it really that bad? So what about like EDM type of AI? I mean, I don't know how I would categorize that, because I mean EDM itself is all electronic music anyway, right? So it's not like the artists are actually playing the instruments themselves. It's all digital anyway. So I guess that's a little different. I still think the idea of like maybe AI making money off of that, like you making money off of that, might be still a little cringe, but because I mean there's no work, because I put it away, like today, right? Like these days you can sit there and make an entire song in like 10 minutes, like a full-fledged song with just prompts in 10 minutes, and like pop out a banger. You know what I mean? Like, and then and then you can technically attempt to monetize it and claim that it wasn't AI. Like, that's what I have a problem with. Again, if you want to use AI, sure, but put it out there and be like, yeah, this is, you know, I didn't actually put this together. I did a prompt, right? And this is what the prompt came up with. And it's a banger of a prompt. And then at that point, I'm like, oh, okay, cool. Yeah, AI did a great job. Right? AI did a fantastic job. I still feel. What's my movement speed at, actually? Might just not worry about the barrier gen. 167. Once I get, it can't be that much less or more, is it?
Step up to my anvil.
I think we're not gonna worry about it. I'm at a point in the season now where it's just kind of like, I do wonder where AI is going from now. It's full of bugs, but it's still pretty new. But what would AI be capable of in 20, 30 years from now? Look how far it's advanced in just 5 years. That's true. That is very true. Never seen a Terminator. Zentra was going on YouTube. Remember how 5 years ago people were just like, LOL. Look for the 6 finger, and now some AI stuff is almost impossible to tell. It's been AI generated. And that's and I guess, you know, this, I guess the thing is that like,
What brings you?
because it's AI is advancing further than we can like regulate it, I guess, or, you know, like faster than we can, you know, kind of say what's okay and what's not okay, sort of kind of thing, right? That becomes a little, I'm gonna say scary, but problematic. Because at the end of the day, when you think about what AI is doing, it's literally being trained off of other people's work, and other people's work, and other people aren't getting paid for the work that is being trained, you know, off of already. That's already the basis of it, right? So you got that kind of an that kind of an issue, and then when it's producing things in which you can't tell is real or fake, and then people are monetizing off of that, that goes on top of the original thing that was just said, right? Like, is that okay or is that not okay? And that's something else you have to kind of, you know, think about and put into perspective.
Worthy of the ancients, this.
So it's just one of those things where, you know,
You know where to find me.
how much are we going to allow AI to play the role that it does in our lives? Like, how much is okay, how much is not okay, et cetera, et cetera. They could do those kind of things. Okay, so I got that. Guess we'll go ahead and transfigure it. Let's see if we get something decent. Wait, no, it took off my it took off my GA health. Oof. Of course it would. Rip boots. It wasn't supposed to do that.
Mainlander, what do you see?
All right, well, we'll just
Oh, it is a Ventress, isn't it?
we'll see what we get. 3-1.
Anyone asks, tell them it's from scope.
Warehouse being used to manipulate the public, causing outrage over fake scenarios. Oh, well, I mean, that's, I mean, I saw that come. That I saw coming like a mile away.
You know where to find
When you look at the YouTube comments, so many people can't tell. Yeah, and that's like the earlier models too. Like, you know, as it gets better and better and better, it literally will become impossible. Right? Like literally impossible to tell a difference. Like you'll need like an AI program to find the or to scan whether or not it is AI. So you need to use AI to detect AI at some point, right? %5 dexterity, really? Okay. I mean, I guess that's better than nothing. Yeah, my gauge console isn't air generated, but the back code is. But if I had the source code, it's not obvious. But see, like, keep in mind, like in your case, like you're not attempting to make a AAA or quadruple A game by yourself using AI. Right? Like that's not the direction that you're going. Like what you're doing, you know, is realistic in the scope of a single individual wanting to create something different or new, right? Like you're not in that same category, in my opinion. Yeah. Yeah, keep getting freaking indestructible in your items on hardcore. It's annoying. That's like a double slap in your face on like hardcore, right? It's kind of like, what? You know, like technically this is slightly better. See, at this point now, I could have taken out the movement speed and do what I was trying to do. Oh well. We got. I got 30 minutes of this particular Helltide. Why can't I click on the portal? Jeez. Like there's no reason for AAA studios to use AI ever. It's inexcusable. Well, I mean, that's hard to say because gaming has been way more demanding now than it ever has been due to people wanting realistic everything and, you know, physics on literally everything. Like the thing is that like devs are in a worse position now than they ever been in the past with, you know, with the way that, you know, games are basically just a business now. And so with the higher ups, you know, sitting there with very unreasonable like crunches, like for instance, GTA 6, for example, like I know people, you know, talk about, you know, GTA coming out and like how long is, you know, you make jokes about it and stuff like that, right? But the reality is those devs are working like ridiculous amount of overtime hours, right? You know, if AI can kind of shorten that load, I wouldn't say that there's no reason for them, you know, not to use it. You would prefer that they don't, but their humanity, you know, is also important as well. So I don't know. It could go either way. If companies didn't try to like, you know, if games weren't at the mercy of stockholders, I would totally say yes. Or I would totally say, yeah, you know, there's no need ever for that. But I don't know, man. I don't know. Appreciate the sub. Thank you, thank you. figure out how much like seasonal rep I get from like doing these compared to like doing them in like Nightmare Dungeons or something. Do you want to hop on Discord? Yeah, sure. Let me finish this little stand in circles area real quick, so I don't like die and like lose my cinders. But sure. Like AC Black Fat, for example, you go NPCs who place checkers at NPCs most likely running AI to understand your moves. It's not AI you're thinking, but it's a branch of all NPCs controlled by some separate AI system. Or they're coded with the rules of with the rules. You said with the rules of checkers. Here's my voice channel. It's been a while since I actually jumped into it. Oh, general voice. There you go.
It is done.
Primordial Dust, really? Alright, let's see how much seasonal rep I got from just that one area of spinning around. I'm not gonna lie, Dao. I was trying to figure out the rogue bug to farm your glyphs of to tell no one. It's I think the reason why I mention it is because I just don't want anyone to get I don't want anybody that I know or anyone who's like kind of, you know, innocent and not aware, just like to get in trouble. Because I mean, it's one of those things where whether they take action or not, you know, it is discussed amongst Blizzard for those kind of things. So because I know it's discussed, then I know it's a possibility, and I just don't want anyone to, you know, randomly can't log in one day. That's all. Not trying to tell anyone how to have fun and not how to have fun. You know what I mean? What up, man? Hold on, let me adjust your volume real quick.
Am I too loud or too soft?
Tad too loud. That's okay. I've messed with my audio a lot since the last time you've been in here, so
Yeah,
my
no, it's
stuff is all
been, like,
different.
what, a year at least?
Probably longer than that since you've been in Discord, like on stream Discord.
Yeah, it's been a hot minute. Just popping in to say hi and, you know, catch up on the old times. I guess now it's still D4, and I guess you've been playing it nonstop. Or I've seen you play D3 occasionally.
Yeah. So like I won't say I played this nonstop. That for sure has not been the case the past 2 years. Like I'll play maybe the first couple of weeks of the season, and that's mainly to make sure that all my builds are good, they're updated or whatnot, and then I'll kind of casually like wane away and like do other stuff. It may not be like on stream or anything, but like I might go do other stuff. Like I've actually played more Heroes of the Storm in the recent than I have D4, believe it or not. Because like that's kind of what I kind of do on the side if I'm not playing D4 sometimes. I know that's not a game that like people will want to see like watch me stream, so like I just don't stream it live.
Yeah, so
No,
Yeah, I've been mostly playing Lost Ark, but I do play Nintendo Switch 2 games and stuff.
I gotta get me one. I gotta get me a Switch 2. I keep saying I'm going
Better
to.
hurry up before the price goes up.
Yeah, I got like a bunch of store credit that I can use, so I can just get my Switch 2 with that and still have store credit left over. Basically, what ended up happening was that I ended up getting like an ultra wide OLED from Micro Center, and twice I got there was like a dead pixel in like a couple of weeks or so.
Ooh, that's bad.
Well, I'll be fair. The first time it was like a couple of weeks. The second time it took like about four months before that popped up. But I think the thing that annoyed me the most was just the automatic self-clinging feature that you can't turn off. Like you can like on some of the models you can delay it, right? But you can't turn it off. And so sometimes it will happen literally while I'm streaming, and I'm having and then like the monitor would just cut off for like 20 minutes. And I'm having to like look at my OBS on my second monitor just to see the game, just to see what I'm doing and whatever. And that just got way too annoying for me. So I'm just like, you know what? I'm just gonna return the monitor and
Yeah,
just,
you have a question regarding from a new viewer asking about
poison.
you change the blizzard
Yeah.
to poison. Yeah, I don't know.
So when you said the blizzard to poison, so you mean like you change the Heartseeker to poison? No, you cannot. Oh, well, I'll put it this way: you can, but you would do a lot less damage. Like a lot less damage. There's just not enough support to make Heartseeker work for poison, because all the stuff that makes Heartseeker work for cold doesn't work for poison at all. Like the additional arrows, sorry, the 5-piece, the Nero's Ice set doesn't work for poison at all, except for the additional arrows. Like Gladiator's Triumph doesn't work for poison. Paingorgers doesn't work for poison. So all the stuff that makes Heartseeker strong does not work for poison. So there's just not enough support for it. Trust me, I've had many people on my Spin the Win video ask me about that. It's like, can you do a poison variant? I was like, I would, if I can find a way to get some damage on it, or scale the damage on it. I guess we'll come down here. We'll just.
Yeah, well, anyways, I wanted to also get your opinion on the AI related stuff, since I mean, it was a good conversation that you've already answered a lot of the questions, but yeah, like the fact that AI coding is what I use for work nowadays, and it's just so powerful that I'm coding the entire game with just Claude code. And I agree that there needs to be safeguards for AI generated content like art assets and music, and I totally am in favor of hiring humans to do that part. But like bringing an idea to from no without having a game, just being able to create a game from a concept is, I think, really cool. And especially AI is good for boilerplate code, like, oh, I need to add a pause menu, I need to add drop down boxes for these things. I mean, these are all very straightforward features that any game can do, that I think is really good for AI to cover all the easy stuff, and then leave the developers a chance to use their intellect on making the other aspects of the games, like the actual balance, the mechanics, the ideas of how units do stuff, like what the abilities do, right?
Hold on one sec, Aaron. I want to make sure I answer this real quick. Why didn't Spin the Win use Shadow Clone? Because the 5-piece Nero's Eye set doesn't work with Clone. Like the Clone doesn't get the extra projectiles. That's pretty much the only reason why. So the Clone ends up just dealing like next to no damage on this. But yeah, Area. So like with that being said, I think the thing is that like because there's so much AI slop, because humans are gonna be humans, and we totally know how to make you know, what could potentially be a really cool thing, like be cringe at, you know, all at the same time. Like that's, you know, kind of like the worry, the bother, right? Is this, you know,
Yeah, no, I
Yeah.
totally agree. There's a
Yeah.
growing problem with, I don't want to label any countries, but let's just say there are some countries out there that spew thousands upon thousands of these like shovelware games like out in the market and flood the, you know, different game libraries and game stores like Steam or, you know, Nintendo Switch store or whatever with low quality, low effort, like slopware, which is just, you know, a reskin of an existing game, like skinned again with AI slop, and then just released in the hopes that, you know, a few dozen people buy it, and, you know, it costs them like pennies to make, and so, you know, even if it's a complete failure and only like 20 people buy it, it's still profitable.
Yeah,
And so yeah,
yeah.
that's definitely like why people. I think one of the reasons why people don't like AI generated stuff. Yeah, somebody was saying, yeah, the main issue with it is everything's the same: the artwork, the voices, the voice lines, etc. Yeah, like if you make AI slop that's just a copy of something else without any interesting, like, I mean, it's the same thing as in just like plagiarism. Right? You're just copying somebody else's work and not really doing
Young man.
anything transformative with it, right? So the whole point is
Does
to make
does
it
a country
transformative.
rhyme with Bina? No, sorry.
Yeah, yeah, that might be one of the countries.
Sorry.
You know, where you know, for them, you know, it's an alternate to, you know, it's the same people that were running, you know, RMT websites where they farm gold and sell it for real money, right? And a lot of different games out there.
Hmm.
So I mean, now it's just a different thing. They just sell AI slop related stuff, and it doesn't have to be games either. It's just like anything really.
Yeah. Said one lock said, "Yo, Doc, I got a mythic Azurap just now. Is it good in the in game Rails variant? And puts a high velocity. You really don't really want to use high Azurap at all unless you're pushing. Like that 3-second delay of burst damage really isn't helping you because you should be one-shotting anything on Rails to begin with, and it's gonna only hurt your boss damage. So reality, no matter how good that Azurap is, it can give you like 1,000,000 damage or whatever. You still wouldn't want to use it for like regular in-game content. Like do it for like pip, like higher pit tiers for like glyph leveling and stuff, or tower related things. But for like regular in-game, nah. You'll be better off with sticking with high velocity or intercom or whatever is on the planner. Yeah, man, you're welcome.
I like the comment somebody said, "How dare this guy make fun of West Taiwan like that?" So, but no, I mean, it's just an issue with, you know, when the barrier for entry is so low, it's very easy to, you know, end up with a lot of people like trying their hand at it. Which, you know, I'll be totally honest, I'm not a game developer. I mean, I've played, you know, tens of thousands of hours of games throughout my life, so I have a lot of, you know, knowledge about games and how they're developed. But, you know, and so of course I'm technically an amateur that's you know, jumping in this, and only because the barrier for entry right now is so low because of AI generated coding. But that said, you know, I'm trying to do it responsibly, you know, by, you know, if the game ends up being a fun idea that's neat, that has potential to make it actually like an interesting concept, a little bit more fun, I'm totally in favor of like paying freelance artists or something to generate the pixel art for the game. Because yeah, it is going to be a 2D game, and like some people were like, "Oh, but you could make it a 3D game." I'm like, no, trust me, it's got to be 2D because of memory and computational complexity. So, but you know, it is a very new idea, and I did search, and there are some cool ideas people have done with real-time strategy games. Tens of thousands of hours. Have you even played a game? What the WTF? That's like a weekend for me. Just to give you a clarification, a year 24/7 is only like 8,000 hours. So I don't know. The fact that I probably have like 40,000 hours of like gaming time throughout my life is I mean, I'm sure there's people with more. I'm not going to discredit that, but it's just saying that I've spent
Yeah.
big chunk of my life. I mean, if I do the math, let's see, if I'm 42 right now, so if I do the math as what was it, 8,000 hours, so it's like 5 years of my life. 5 years times 24/7, no bathroom breaks, no sleeping, no eating, nothing, just 5 continuous years.
Hold that.
of
Hold
gaming.
that. Hold on. YouTube comment. Is Eldraine good for these kind of builds and general content? I mean, not really, because I mean, you can get the cooldown necessary to almost infinite shadow step if you rather prefer to do it that way. But if you want to slide into Eldraine just to do it like, the cheap way or the super fast, fixed way, you can. But like, your damage plummets a ton by doing so. So like, I mean, unless you're like strong enough, like your character's really, really strong, I wouldn't suggest it. But calculate your hours area.
Well, no, I'm just approximating it. Well, my top 3 games in hours played are Final Fantasy 11 with like 12,000 hours, Lost Ark with about 9,400 hours, and then Diablo 3 with like, I don't remember exactly, I think it was close to 4,000 hours. So I remember you had a longer Diablo 3 time than I did.
Yeah, I think I'm like about 11,000 hours probably on that. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, well, I mean,
I won't say I'm proud of that, but yeah,
I mean,
but it was
I-
fun.
I-
It was fun.
I'll take it. But anyways, I have a perspective. Another thing that why I think my game is really cool is that I have a perspective that I would say a lot of game devs don't have, which is, high level physics and math background, as well as like computational strategies on how to do certain calculations efficiently. Like numerical analysis is what I mean. And so I utilized those ideas as well as the concept in order to make my game idea come to life. But yeah, the limitations is that it's going to be 2-dimensional really, because making it 3-dimensional with not that it's impossible, but computationally it's going to look bad. Like it would look like Star Fox graphics, and I mean like the 1992 Star Fox or whatever for the Super Nintendo, if you remember that.
Yeah.
Like blocky monochrome polygons.
Hey, it worked. It worked.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean. Like, if my concept were to work in 3D, it would be very rudimentary like that, because it just would lag the hell out of any computer. Because even though my game concept is 2D, it's technically 3D, and so if you were to render it in 3D, it would be, storing 4-dimensional data. And it's not just 4-dimensional data per unit, it'd be 4-dimensional data per vertex, which, imagine a polygon, like, I mean, your character, how many corners in the polygons does your character have? It's like thousands, right? Like a tank or something, unit in a video game, like a StarCraft, like a siege tank, how many polygons does it have, right? How many vertices on it? It's got, probably close to 1,000 or 2,000, depending on the resolution. And each one of those would have to be stored in a 4-dimensional storage of memory, so it would not be computationally doable. So, but at least my idea works for 2D, and it looks pretty good so far. But if I make the maps big, it's going to be a problem, because it's going to make the memory requirement and the frame rate's going to take a nosedive. But yeah, I'm very curious to see what your reaction's going to be, since you've played RTS games back in like the classic days.
It feels like it's been forever. Now that I think about it, because like I feel like my reaction speed and everything is like so, like I feel it.
Well, that's actually something that the game is gonna be there's gonna be a lot less micro involved in the game because of the way the mechanics work, and it's gonna have, well, because of the way the mechanics work, microing is essentially impossible in most cases. Like, you know, being able to do like micro is just not feasible. And it's for a good reason. I mean, it's part of the gameplay, it's part of the strategy, but there are some cool ways to get around it. And it's more about like the positioning, the map exploration, you know, what units you send where, and how you kind of go from there. But I mean, I'm gonna need a lot of play testing to figure out if it's fun or not, and you know, how to make the game more fluid. Yeah, somebody's
Tim.
saying, man, I remember back in the day when I used to be a good sniper in first-person shooter games. I can't even touch them nowadays because I know how bad I've gotten. Yeah, I mean, I'm the same way. Like, of course, in games, I haven't even played Smash Brothers in like 4 years now, so it's like I would probably be crusty. Like my Rob the Robot is like already rusting, and like some of the bolts fell off. You know, it's like he can't even jump anymore. He's just like stuck on the ground.
Yeah, I accidentally like deleted all my data in my Switch because I was trying to figure out, because like I think my online account got hacked or whatever.
Oh,
So I was trying to find a way to like make a new account, but like keep the data, I guess. And the Nintendo instructions wasn't clear, and I think I just cleared basically all my memory by accident on the Switch. So all the games I had on there is like gone. So all the many like thousands of hours and whatever gone from that. So I did end up like, you know, just repurchasing Smash anyways, because I knew I was gonna play it somewhere, but having to get all the characters back and stuff like that, was like a
that's
grind.
always-
Yeah, I didn't
Yeah.
I didn't feel like doing it all
Over, like,
again.
the story mode, like the entire like World of Light or whatever it's called.
Well, I mean, there's like a quicker way to do it, which is like sort of you have to like play, like do something and then like lose on purpose, and then once you
or
lose on
can,
purpose, you have
have
to
it
like
playing for like overnight, like just have it on a stage or something, and just like that farms the number of hours required to like unlock characters or whatever.
yeah. I guess literally just didn't feel like doing it all over again, so I was just like screw it.
Yeah, no, I
At
that's
this point.
yeah, totally fair. I have my games backed up on the cloud or whatever, but yeah, like if I would definitely fight tooth and nail to restore access to my account before trying to like delete everything.
Yeah, I was just so frustrated with what was going on that I guess I wanted what I assumed was a quick solution, not realizing what it actually did. I was like, oh, that's what that did. Okay, I didn't realize like how connected that account was to to the memory and everything of the Switch itself, and I was just like, that's. It's like I should have known better, but I was just frustrated. But that's why I started to grind Gray Zone Warfare PvE stuff. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I had a question. So, out of all the different RTS games, what type of mechanics do you like the most? Like the StarCraft style, where you have, you know, resources which are like gas and minerals, and like supply unit stuff, or do you like Command and Conquer style, where you have a single resource but you have a production tab on the side, and you have like the power resource, like the electricity resource? Or what other RTS games have you played?
Honestly, Warcraft 3: The Frozen Throne was like my favorite, even though I did play a lot of StarCraft too. But I like the idea
So,
of
like, the gold and lumber mechanic.
yeah, having to balance the two. Yeah, and then there was like another game, I forgot what it's called. It was so long ago. It's like Sword and Liberty, or I can't remember. It was so long ago. It had like a really interesting concept that was not. It wasn't really. It was kind of, I'm gonna say real time. Like I guess you would battle. Like you would go in, like you have like your your battles or whatnot, but like how you moved across the map was very strategic, and wasn't real time. I totally forgot the name of that game. It was like a single player game though. I can't think of it.
Pika Pow.
Was it Throne of Liberty?
I haven't heard.
I don't know if it's Throne of Liberty or not. Gosh, it wasn't Command and Conquer nor Heroes of Might and Magic. I don't remember. Feature was that, man?
Heroes of Might and Magic was a turn-based strategy.
Yeah. You said RTS is so old school. Yeah, it was. I mean, that's kind of like that was. So funny thing, the very first time I ever played an RTS was actually on the Nintendo 64. Like the worst possible place to play. Yes, it was StarCraft 64.
StarCraft 64.
Yep,
Man.
that's how I got introduced to StarCraft.
I'll give you one as well. Like, ever played Command and Conquer Red Alert for the PlayStation? Oh, it's just as bad as you think it is. But yeah, no, I mean, my first one was probably Warcraft 2. But then, of course, yeah, StarCraft. Everybody's played StarCraft.
Yes, Nintendo 64 RTS. Imagine trying to control and manage armies and stuff with the N64 controller, and then you're playing split screen against like your brother, who can literally see everything you're doing on the TV. And you gotta remember, like, these TVs were not like, we're talking about like
this was like
20-inch TV,
320i resolution.
Yeah, we're talking about like super small TVs, and like we have to kind of pretend that I wasn't looking at the top of the screen, not knowing what you were doing, and when you were gonna go into attack, right? And you can imagine the frame rate on moving like RTS units on the 64.
Yeah, I mean technically the frame rate was 60, but it was rendered 30 frames a second because it's interlaced, so it would render like every other line of pixels essentially every 60th of a second.
Yeah, it was so bad. It was so like I didn't realize how bad it was until like I played it on the PC, and I'm like, wow, like I suffered. Suffered.
No, I mean,
but the funny thing about it is
happens.
that was the first. But the thing about it is like that was my very first Blizzard game too. So like it not only was it like the first RTS, it was the first game that introduced me to like Blizzard gaming in general.
Oh man, what an introduction, right?
Yeah. Does your build on Maxroll include all the mythics you're currently wearing? Yes. Yep. This is the full damage variant. But yes, everything is 100% identical to the guide.
Somebody asked, is Age of Empires first strategy if it's RTS? I believe so. Yeah, RTS just means that it's happening in real time, where it's not like a turn-based thing, like where you tell your units to move here and do some action, and then like make and then say end of turn or whatever. And of course, real-time strategy always has this, whoever's not only strategically better, but faster with APM, and you being able to control things and like move the camera around faster to like do more tasks per second is a genuine advantage in real-time strategies. But the game I'm developing is technically an RTS, but it's less focused on micro and more on the strategy elements, because of the fact that there is a mechanic in the game that actively makes micro worse, especially early on.
Yeah, I mean, I like some of my favorite games were also like more so turn-based or macro heavy, or the such like Final Fantasy Tactics. I spent a lot of hours playing, actually, believe it or not. I spent more time playing Final Fantasy Tactics than I did the
Have you
Final
played
Fantasy
the
games.
Release Chronicles?
I have not. I've been wanting to, but I haven't had the.
It's good. The only complaint I have about it is they didn't add the extra content from the PSP version. But they did add New Game Plus, and so they and it is a superior version in almost every aspect except for the missing content. But yeah, Final Fantasy Tactics was definitely one of the like groundbreaking, like turn-based strategies on like a grid.
Oh, it was a lot of fun,
That was
man.
awesome.
I had
Yeah,
I
for
had so
sure.
much fun in that game.
I mean, it's spun off into a lot of different like titles and a lot of people. I mean, it was originally based on Ogre Battle. I don't know if you're
Yeah, I've heard. I never
yeah,
played Ogre Battle, but yeah.
Ogre Battle was like kind of the precursor of, or the predecessor, or spiritual predecessor of Final Fantasy Tactics.
He said, "Man, the sound of our generation is the dial-up modem connection sound."
Yeah. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
like screeching, like whatever. Well, the thing is that screeching noise is actually data. It's the high frequencies and all the little tones and everything. That's just the data itself. In the 1980s, I believe, I don't remember if it was the BBC or somebody had a computer programming like television show, and during the ending credits of their show, there would be a part where they say to take your microphone of your computer, set it to record, and then put it up to your TV's speaker, and instead of like end credit music, whatever, during the credits, it would just be this like modem screeching noise. And because it just has all the data, and so you could then download like a little pamphlet, you know, I don't know how many bytes it was, but some very, very small amount of text with like the summary of that day's programming, and plus like some other ideas, or other notes that you could then render as like a web page locally on your computer. So someone said, I like the first FF Tactics game a lot, but I forget if it was FF Tactics Advanced that added a weird card game to it just to put me off. Yeah, Tactics Advance added the law system, which in the first one was obnoxious. In Tactics Advance A2, they dialed it back a lot, so it wasn't nearly as obnoxious. And by obnoxious, I mean they made it so like there were random laws in every battle that said, oh, you can't use black magic, or oh, you can't attack animals. And if the battle was just like, oh, the enemy has like nothing but animals, and you're like, and it's illegal to attack animals, and you're like, what am I supposed to do here? And so yeah, there were some matchups that were like almost impossible to play if you had the wrong laws during the wrong battle. And yeah, I agree. That first game, that was a neat idea, but it was implemented poorly. But then they did a much better job on the second one. Yeah, the judgment system. Yeah, I mean, it was a neat idea. I like it, but the laws were arbitrary. They were like, oh, no white magic, or it's illegal to use spears or something like. And so the idea is you're supposed to like change your unit tactics a little bit. So you say, okay, I'm gonna change all my spear wielding guys to sword wielders or something. But there were some that were just so. In fact, I think the most obnoxious most obnoxious law in that game was no color magic, which was like any black, red, green, white, or blue magic would be immediately illegal. And that was basically like, basically half the builds in the game, and like all of your mages could not play in that battle because like everything they do is considered illegal. Yeah, I want a word that's like obnoxious square to describe that mechanic. Totally ruined the game. Yeah, I mean, you could play around it, but yeah, there were some. I mean, I agree. It was definitely something that they did not play test enough.
Psychedelic precision doesn't exist anymore. In this expansion, like, that's not really a thing. I guess Gladiator's Triumph is probably the closest thing to what precision used to be. And I am wearing that. You haven't played Rogue this expansion yet? Okay, gotcha. Yeah, a lot of our old key passives are uniques now. Like Kyle the Nameless is basically victimize. Sealor's grass is, I think, it's momentum, if I'm not mistaken, or one of the gloves. Yeah, Gladiator Triumph is technically precision. Yeah. I mean, it's sort of. It's not a 1-to-1, but it's heavily inspired by. I'll put it that. It is Iron Rose Glove is Sea. Okay, yeah, okay. So I did get it right. Okay. I'm gonna try. I was thinking about trying to build Shank Road before next week, because like the next 3 weeks are gonna be legit like 19, 20-hour days of work for me. So it's like I you might see me
20-hour
like
days? How is that even legal?
well, it's like it's like between multiple different things. So like next week is percussion camp. So percussion camp is from 8 to 6. And then after that I work my gig job from like 6 to 10. So and then if I was to stream after that, then that will end up being 18 to 19 hours.
Yeah, no, I would not.
So it's like
you take care of your health, man. Like I've
Yeah.
totally.
So like it's one of those things where I gotta, so it, and then of course like band camper is actually longer hours than that, and that's for like 2 weeks. So we do a lot of work in that time frame, because of course once schools start we have
Do you have to do all your like gig stuff as well?
Yeah, well, pretty much, because like I'm in a house now with
Okay. Well,
with the
that's
missus
nice.
and like that. So yeah, so the bills are a bit a bit more expensive since as of 2 years ago. So
that's right,
I
yeah,
can't really
remember now.
and not only that, but like I'm sure you may have heard or might know about it, but like Twitch, a lot of advertisers pulled out of Twitch in general, because they're not making as much money anymore advertising on Twitch. So a lot of the like small, mid-sized creators have lost a lot of money. So whereas the time frame where I was streaming, a bit, I would say from like 2020, from the beginning of 2021 to about the end of 2023, like I was able to, like, streaming and content creating was like enough to warrant as like the second job or the second gig or whatever. Like I was making enough to where it was like, okay, this can supplement what I'm already doing. But literally ad revenue has dropped like by roughly 90%.
Oh my gosh.
Yes, it's that bad.
Yeah, no,
It's
rough,
after that bad.
yeah.
So now is it's definitely bad too. Like I do it because it's fun, and I like the audience, and I like helping people and stuff like that. But it's definitely nowhere near the ad revenue that we were
there's
making
like
before.
a reckoning happening like in every industry right now because of I mean I go out to eat at restaurants and stuff, and I see there's like fewer people going out to eat. Like the bartenders and the waiters that I'm like friends with, they're all like telling me about like how times are getting worse, and like my cleaning lady that came yesterday.
Hold on 1 second. Sorry, this is for information. Your Heartseeker guys. So in the case you can only wear one crafted mythic unique. Okay, yeah, I gotta change that. That's probably on all my guys. Really, I'm gonna have to go change that. Is this version of spin to win stronger than Rain of Arrows? No. But like if you're doing T12 content, it doesn't really matter. You kind of just play what's fun.
For my wife and two boys, just for us to go out and eat, it's like $60 minimum. I mean, I spent $60 with just one person yesterday. Like, I mean, then again, I'll give a little bit of info. I mean, I live in the Bay Area. I live, let's say 3 to 4 miles away from a company that rhymes with the word Moogle. This area that I live in is extremely
Frugal.
extremely pricey. Even like houses, like I'm never gonna buy a house in this area. Like there's like a house just down the street, 1,100 square feet, 3-bedroom, 1.5 bathroom with a garage is 3 million. It's
Oof.
like, what?
I didn't get what I want on
So
this
yeah,
one.
like there's, like the prices on certain things, there's such a wealth inequality brewing. I mean, it's already there, but it's like getting worse and worse. Like affordability is becoming, an actual big issue that the middle class is disappearing. That
Mhm.
it's not that people are struggling yet per se, like at a high level, but like it's just the middle class is kind of vanishing slowly.
Getting squeezed, for sure.
Yep.
Eric, he says, I thought Twitch was just advertising for people's OFs nowadays. A joke, but probably a factor why advertisers are pulling out. Not really. So there's been people who like say that, or it's kind of like, do advertisers really want to, advertise on the site because of XYZ or whatever? Like they were spending tons of money during COVID when people were at towards the height of what do you call it? The pull streams, or what was it? What was it called at the time? I forgot what they were called. Gosh, that was like a name for it. I can't believe I kind of forgot. But anyways, I mean,
I don't remember.
people, advertisers were like, putting their ads and stuff like that like crazy during that time frame and no problems. The biggest issue, hot tub. There you go. Yeah. Hot tub streams. That's what it was.
Yeah, I remember that stuff, like, oh,
Yeah,
that
hot
was,
tub
like,
streams.
the meta
So,
and everybody was,
right.
yeah.
And like I was gonna do like a virtual background with like a hot tub for like my hot tub meta or whatever, right? But it was like, so what really is and like people obviously don't want to like hear this part because it's like, I know it's sad and it's upsetting, but like from a company standpoint, a lot of companies overspent basically during COVID, and they were just trying to take advantage of the rise of gaming at the time because everybody was at home, and so like Twitch and YouTube were like popping off at the time because no one else had anything else to do. So like companies didn't want to miss out on the waves, so of course they hired a ton of people to for this demand, and that also included Twitch in terms of workers, and that also included getting advertisers on the platform because it's like, oh man, I can get my brand in here real quick because everybody's watching. So you got a bunch of like companies who overhired, who like and whatnot, because like once the world opened back up, people get back to work, and it's kind of like, okay, well, what am I going to do with all this stuff that I spent or paid for or whatever when it's not profiting me anymore? So you get a bunch of layoffs, right? Like, gaming companies are getting layoffs. Yeah. So it's like layoffs are happening, and it's like you don't get me wrong. I mean it's very upsetting, and like I don't wish for that to happen to anyone. But what it's just a reality because they can no longer sustain all the people that they hired. And you can sit there, and you can say that well, it's their fault for hiring that many people and to begin with during that time frame. Yeah, sure, you can do that. But as a company, they're going to try to maximize on whatever wave that's happening, and so they took risk, and it paid off for maybe a year or some change, but it's no longer paying off, and so there you have it. So like Twitch is kind of like that same thing, whereas they bought a bunch of ad space basically, thinking that or during a time frame when people were watching, and now that the numbers have dwindled down a bit because we're all opening back up, it's like, okay, well, we don't need to spend this kind of money anymore. So they pull out. And so when they pull out, then Twitch, offers less money to the creators. And when that happens, then we get paid less, right? For per ad that's being ran. The problem I didn't like is the fact that they didn't tell us. Like I had to find out through my analytics why my revenue dropped as much as it did.
That's really scummy.
Oh, very, very. Like I'll put it this way. I'll give you an example. So like, and I'll be transparent. So usually season start, I'll stream for like 17 or 18 hours for like the season start, and I'll get maybe about 100-ish concurrent viewers, which is actually good considering how many people are streaming at the same time, who's blasting as well in the category. I used to make an average revenue alone like maybe $130, $140 for that time frame. Now, obviously that's not great. Like that's not good. Like that's not great, but considering that I was gonna blast anyways, like that's I'm like, okay, cool, that's not horrible, or whatever, I can kind of work with that or whatever. Considering that I was gonna do it anyways. You want to know what it is right now? Like I had more concurrent viewers this season for my first 17-hour stream than I did in the previous ones. You want to know how much ad revenue I made in the 17 hours I streamed? Take a guess. Chat, take a guess.
Yeah, I don't know. I was gonna just say,
It's like 10 burritos.
10 burritos.
I don't know. I think I wouldn't have been able to afford 10 burritos.
Okay, what about the mini Ritos that are in the frozen section at like a discount
I
supermarket?
might can afford the wrappers that are that wrap the burritos. Maybe, I don't know. We'll kind of see. $3, a little low, but that's you're probably closer than what most people think.
About
we're gonna guess.
$3.50 then.
I made $11.20 for 17 hours of streaming with 110 concurrent viewers during that time frame. That is, yeah. So, which is insane. Like,
Hydration break.
yeah. So it's like, it's like, and again, I'm not running any more or less ads than I did before. I don't run a lot of ads to begin with. I do the minimum amount, usually plus like a minute, if that. But it's like, that's insane, and that's crazy that that kind of drop off we're not told about. I found out through other creators who then said something, but like the reason why it didn't become like a big deal is because like the big name streamers didn't notice. You want to know why they didn't notice? Because right, because it's like, imagine like a billionaire losing a couple of $100,000, like they're not gonna notice, right? But like if a someone who's making $60,000 a year is losing $10,000, like that, like notice that's a big deal to you, right? So like the biggest streamer just like he was like, oh yeah, I didn't really notice a thing. I'm like, yeah, because mostly when it comes from like sponsorships and outside of like Twitch, not within Twitch, right? So like, yeah, so I've seen a lot of my like friends who have been streaming in the space like drop off because like they were trying to rely on the income and they just couldn't do it. They couldn't do it anymore. So like for me, it's like,
get a job,
yeah, I wasn't like relying on it, but it was a good second source to it. It allowed me to not pick up a second job as a teacher, and I think that was kind of the goal. It's like, okay, cool. If I don't have to have a side hustle on top of teaching, I can just stream and do content, on the side. Then that's great.
Imagine not needing a secondary job, right?
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, I went in the space knowing that this is going to be the case. But yeah, you're right. Right, you're right.
Imagine if we could actually, work 40, 50 hours a week and actually live off of that. Like, imagine like how that would feel.
Crazy, right?
Yeah, I know, right?
The guy says that that's less than $1 an hour. Yeah, for yeah. Yep. That's my revenue right now.
Yeah,
that's why.
I mean,
that's literally why I cannot.
Everybody, all the people at the top.
That's why, like, especially when like the season, starts to wane down, stuff like that. I can't like. I'm honest. Like, there's a point where I can't afford to stream as much as I used to. Like, literally, I can't afford it.
It totally makes sense. I mean, at
right.
this point, it's an
as much as I want
thing.
to try to do, but it's like I legit just can't afford to do so. Whereas before it was all right.
Yeah, no, that's totally like. I mean, the numbers just don't add up. It's just. Yeah, as a mathematician myself, I totally am all about the numbers. So, but yeah, it's just really unfortunate. I mean, it's also the reason why like I stopped working on my book that it's still on hiatus. That my book was not gonna ever turn a profit. It was just more for fun. But then I'm still employed with my current job for the last several years.
Why would they pay us enough in 40 hours of work when there are so many more hours than we can give from us?
I know, right? Well, what I'm doing with my extra hours is playing Lost Ark and then also coding my game.
Yeah. So I think the thing is like the past year-ish has been me trying to like reconfigure how I can still, like maintain, the stream while it not being like a net negative, a complete net negative, all like, all around. You know what I mean? And like that's been the hardest part because it's like,
Yeah, how much would it cost to like? I mean, even just adding things to your channel has a cost, right?
yeah. I mean, I haven't added anything new in the recent, so like
Yeah, but
it's.
what about like having a subscriber badge that's beyond a year? Like,
I've been bad with that. I keep saying I was going to do it, and like Evan the Pig still like jumps in and like reminds me.
I mean, I'm just asking out of just sheer curiosity because it's not like I have I don't know.
How many years of
It's not like I'm a what is it 55 month sub.
original founder, original stream founder. By the way, Chad, this is years ago. This is technically how my streams were like. Like Iria would come in chat, and it'll be more of a podcast stream than like anything. And we'll I mean, I'll answer all the D3 questions at the time because I was playing Diablo 3. But like we'll just kind of talk about legit anything and everything underneath the sun, and also questioning why in the world Iria knows the most outlandish things randomly, just out of random. It's like, why do you know
from
that stuff?
D3?
No, just in general, like just.
Oh, in
Like
general.
yeah,
okay.
just like just general knowledge stuff. It's just we're just like, why do you know that? Like, it's
Actually,
just-
you're not the first person to ask me that. Like, I have some interns that I'm working with. So I'm their supervisor. So these are interns at the lab I work at, and and I tell them about the physics and the math and like how it works and stuff, and it's all just from memory. Like I'm just drawing stuff on a whiteboard and like writing down all the equations and solving it and like not using any AI or anything. And they're like, oh, how do you know all this? They're asking like, where did you learn all of these things? And yeah, just pick it up as I go,
yeah, I have a former student that I'm actually working with now, who's actually on my staff now, for percussion, who's a lot like that. He just picks up, like he just knows stuff, and and like anything he touches, he just becomes great at. Like, so apparently, like I told him to make a Discord for our percussion group or whatever. He's never, like all I wanted was just simple, just like get a server, make channels, whatever, and then that's it. But no, he had to go like well and beyond what I asked, and like created like a bot from like almost scratch, like coding the bots, like a couple of bots from scratch that legit does everything. Like can like send like video assignments directly to the very specific director of your section with the command or stuff like that. I'm just like, why? Like, why are you doing all that? Like, he knew nothing about coding about anything with anything, and he just all of a sudden, a week later, he's set up this like the most advanced Discord I've ever seen anyone do. I'm just like, why? like how and why?
Yeah, I know. Actually, somebody asked me like that at work, and I used AI since I knew how to do prompt engineering and stuff, and like I created something, not slop, but like actually good with AI, and they were like, "How did you do this?" And I'm like, "Yeah, that's a secret, because I have to keep it a secret, or else I'll lose my job." So, because yeah, it's just like at some point, if you know how to ask the AI to do the right thing, to ask the right question to the AI, and it'll produce the right result. And that's actually part of the secret. I think in the future, kids and students are going to have to be taught differently in a way
Yeah,
that
I'm bad with that. My prompts are, hey, can you make this not suck, please?
yeah,
And
yeah,
like,
right.
it'll just kind of like come up with something, and I'm like, yeah, I'm done with this.
Yeah, the element NS on the periodic table, the not suck element. Can you like add some of that on top? Yeah, that would be really nice, right? Yeah, like they figured out AI perfectly. You ask AI how to teach you to do it. Yeah, I mean, part of it is also just knowing the keywords. Like if there's a certain aspect in physics or math that I want the AI to utilize, I will mention it. And the key that I have is I know what those words are. I know what the technique is. I know the names because the way the AI learned, it learned by reading, countless research papers on said topic. And so I at least need to know what the name of said thing is. If I can't, if I don't know the name of something and I try to describe it to the AI, it's very likely it's just not going to find the right thing, especially if it's very obscure. So I think vocabulary is going to be very important to teach people in the future because of, making sure that people know how to ask the right questions to get what they need from AI.
From creation.
Somebody has a rogue question for you.
Okay. I'm switching to Barrage right now, chat, just for fun. So we're gonna play some Barrage. Or my, I guess, updated Barrage setup. I got everything here. B, what's going on? Yeah, I'm new to Rogue. Don't understand how damage works. Seems like only with imbue and mainly during stagger. Please help. So, so
Did you try pressing buttons? I think pressing buttons usually helps.
hold on.
I'm kidding. I don't even play D4, so I can't. I
I'm
can't
trying
give
to.
any
I'm
accurate answer.
gonna give him a video source. There's a guy named Ava, a Verilyn, who's like the ultimate like theory crafter in the Diablo universe. Basically, he spends most of his time on a training dummy, testing mechanics and bugs and whatnot. He's like known for that. He's a good player too. He's just he's just known for the mechanics side of things. There's let me see if I can find his damage over time explained podcast. Okay, yeah. So I'm gonna this is a deep dive though. Let me see. Based off your question, you may not want something as deep. Hold on. Videos. Let's see if it's an easier one. No, actually, no. This is worth it still. Yeah. So other than this though, MRA, we do have resources on Maxroll. That you can use that kind of helps you get a better understanding of like how the damage works. Because like if I like your question is so broad that like I will be like just spitballing like 15 minutes worth of information at you, and you're gonna be like, oh yeah, I'm not gonna remember any of that, right? But I can tell you this much: that video will help you understand how damage works in this game. Period. If you're playing a cold build, just as like a broad brush type answer, is you're going to struggle on targets that are unstoppable, aka bosses. When they are staggered, all of your crowd control damage that you are using when you're using a cold build is now effective, but only when the boss is staggered. That's why you see your damage jump up like a ton when the boss is staggered versus when they're not staggered on cold builds. That is, poison builds doesn't have this issue. So there's a trade-off. But in my guides that I write, I have a bossing variant to try to combat that very issue. does Maxwell have a guy on their own website? Yeah, they do. I think video guys are like easier to kind of like just kind of put in the background and chill with, in a sense. But I mean, you can totally just read it on Maxwell. We have it there too, because Ava does that on does that on our website too. So
Yeah, I'd always prefer guides that you can read, mostly for indexing, that you can do like Control F to find what you need, or like click the link that you want. Whereas a video, while the video might be more informative, it's really hard to like find the thing you want, especially if you know 90% of the stuff in the video, and you're like, okay, tell me the one thing I'm looking for. I mean, I remember we used to do a lot of that theory crafting with like. Remember when we discovered how Vala's bequest was working?
yeah. So what's funny? So like I don't know if you were watching earlier before I switched to Barrage just now, but I was playing literally God 6 Demon Hunter in Diablo 4. I was actually
it was very similar.
Yeah, I actually brought it to. I was able to actually kind of bring it to Diablo 4 after understanding that some of the mechanics were actually working very similar. And I was like, wait a minute,
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, so like, so this season that has been a really cool thing that people liked.
I remember you had your like dual generator shenanigans with Odyssey's End. I was like, I never liked that. I was just like, give me one good one, and like, I'm not gonna micromanage the entangling shot.
Well, eventually I kind of just waned off of that and just went more like, what was it? Not Shira's. God, what's that 3-piece set? I don't forget all the 3-piece. All Gills.
Captain Crunch.
All Gills. So I guess I guess decided to just go like Glass Cannon with All Gills instead of the whole like dual gen stuff.
I think I did All Gills as well, and then I think I did All Gills back then. Or like there was that one season where I went Captain Crunch because we had like the extra ring in the cube.
Dude said on my YouTube chat, I said I'm doing Spin the Wind Heartseeker, love it. Yeah, I actually ended up just converting the whole Heartseeker guy to Spin the Wind at that point. Like after seeing how people were receiving the guide or the build or whatnot, I was like, I'll just do the work and kind of just make it the main variant. I kept the OG way of playing it too, for those who don't like to Spin the Wind or don't want to. So I kept that as like a side variant. Like if you don't want to Spin the Wind, you don't have to. You do not have to. Oh, where's my thing?
I still remember when you tried Diablo 2 Resurrected and you
I told that story last stream. Literally that.
That story
last stream. Yeah, it was last stream. It was I was talking about like literally everything that you were getting ready to mention. I ran out of arrows and I got stuck and I like pushed all the buttons to try to I don't know why pushing all the buttons was like what I thought the answer would be. Like I was gonna somehow like make arrows magically appear in my quiver by pushing more buttons. And so somehow I end up unequipping my my bow, or whatever, and I just started like punching my way out of the corner.
I mean, it worked.
That was great. That was great. No, but we were talking about my my massive failures in Diablo 2 Resurrected.
Yeah, I played Diablo 2 somewhat recently. Since the Warlock came out, and then I spent some time playing, getting my Warlock to like level 94, 95, I think. And
Demon says, "I'm trying to your Reign of Raro build. Can I ask a favor? What's up?"
But yeah, like I mean, Warlock is just overpowered in Diablo 2.
Ironically enough, Warlock was not OP in Diablo 4. No, yeah, it was the very first expansion class that I can remember that did not ship, as OP. Like I don't understand.
That's a bad business decision because you want like your class
That's
that
the
you should
thing.
know.
I don't even
Like,
know
the
if that
city
was correct, but I don't even know if that was like I think you know I don't think that that's how they wanted it. I think they still wanted it to be stronger than other classes, just that other people have found other bugs that dwarfed what the warlock was able to do. So I don't even think it was intentional that the warlock ended up being somewhat balanced. I think it was like by pure accident. But it was kind of funny because like the paladin was like ridiculous when it first came out, but then warlock was like pretty tame. Say, if I give you keys, can you help me kill Reaper? I need frags. I can't help you because I'm playing solo self found. So I like solo self found game mode. So I literally cannot team up with people or trade. So yeah. Sorry. They do. I'm still mad, even though, of course, Warlock is going to be insane, just like a Spiritborn and Crusaders were. So I played last season, and it was not very cash money.
Yeah. I mean, the same thing as in Lost Ark. Whenever they add a new class, it's always going to be like the new S tier meta. With the exception of, I think, only one class in Lost Ark did they ever release that was not powerful enough, and that was Aeromancer. But every other class, like before and after that, has always been like the meta, or like it's just stronger than all the other classes until it gets nerfs. I guess they're asking now for any good advice for ROA. I guess Rain of Arrows.
Any good advice for any of us? Make sure you reach your breakpoints listed in the guide. That's the number one thing. It's like in the guide, it's listed. These are the breakpoints needed to play the build. And for whatever reason, I get more questions asking about why they can't cast Rain of Arrows. Like, why is it on cooldown? Why they can't spam it. And it's usually because the text where it says you need these 3 breakpoints to actually play the build. Like, I guess they didn't believe me when I said it. And I have to kind of point that back to them. So make sure that you have the breakpoints listed in the guide. It is one of those builds that is kind of hard to play at first. Like, it's hard to get into because it's very gear dependent. So if you're making rogue for the first time, it is highly recommended. I say highly recommended. You have to play a different build to farm for that build. Like, you can't jump straight into Rain of Arrows. The gear requirement is just way too steep. So if anything, that would be my advice. Once you have the breakpoints, like the 3 breakpoints listed, you'll be fine. Like, the build pretty much plays itself at that point, and they're gonna be like, oh my gosh, look at all the like super like pretty numbers and everything dying everywhere and moving everywhere. Like, yeah, you'll get that dopamine hit like immediately once you have the breakpoints, and then from there you just get better gear. 70% cooldown reduction, 350 resource. Why do you have that much resource? Do you have the skill ranks needed? Oh wow, I probably shouldn't have. Well, I was trying to stand there and then set a circle, and the butchers were like, nah. Oh man, I gotta go all
Always
the
the
way back.
butcher with you, right? Man
I
carver
know.
or something. Always.
Oh yep, it has not changed.
Yeah, I remember like pushing in Diablo 3. It's like, what was it? It was always like the meta that hoping you get Hamlin or whatever for the area damage.
You said you don't. I said you don't know why you have that much energy. Well, don't go for the pip. So another mistake people do is that they look at the tower push version, because the tower push version is naturally going to be a little stronger than the in-game one because it has like all the stuffs. Keep in mind the tower push version is like min-max and only meant for tower or high level pit. Like, it's not what you're going to farm or play the game with. So make sure you're using the in-game version or whatnot. And the in-game version only requires 225 energy, not 350. But you have way more energy than you need. But if you're gonna do 300 or 350 energy, you can go for the 300 energy breakpoint instead, which requires aftermath on your amulet and under 20-second cooldown on your Rain of Arrows instead. So you can do that if you want, but it's not necessary.
You remember the good old days of having to like farm for missile dampening elites to get like #1 greater rifts?
Dude, they nerfed the crap out of that. When I guess that one patch, like they basically made them
Yeah,
useless.
they put a cap on the number of pierces, and they put that's how they did it. I mean, but before that, remember when like the idea was just to like have missile dampening, and you'd have like 50, 60, 70, 80 pierces or whatever. Devouring arrow just one shot everything.
Yeah, so we have Devouring Arrow on Heartseeker. It just kind of sucks in D4.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, it still had the pierces, and it gets you 10% more damage per pierce or whatever, up to 40%. But there's another node that's just a little bit better than that. So that's what I was using for my.
Not like adding 70% base damage and like having unlimited scaling with area damage procs.
Right.
It was just insane.
So fun fact, you have 500 resources in your bar. Well, yeah, that's the Selig build. So like that makes sense, right? Yeah, having as much resources as you can is not necessarily always or not necessarily the play. But on the barbarian, it makes sense because the build calls for it. Am I playing Barrage? Yeah. I decided to switch up my my build for farming. I know Barrage doesn't really get much love in the content
D4
creating.
Still have Unhallowed Essence where you would get rewarded for having more resource, like Discipline?
No. But we actually did get set stuff back. So we have piece set. We have 5 piece sets now, but they're in the thing called a talisman. So thankfully they don't take up our gear slots like they used to.
Oh yeah.
But
So
yeah,
I
we got
guess
like
it's not like you have to balance that with like Legacy of Dreams or whatever.
No. They're a bit more streamlined and not as complicated.
Yeah, they did the same thing in Lost Ark, where they like baked it into an arc grid and arc passive thing in Lost Ark, where now it's not tied to your gear, so it allows for not having to do like I don't know what to call it, multi-level optimization, where you're optimizing different aspects at the same time.
Right. How is it? It hasn't been good for a while. It was actually pretty decent last season. The problem is that that the community, not everybody, but I would say a large enough portion of the community goes, if something is not meta, it's considered bad. Right. Like right now, I think Barrage is actually like quite good at what it does, but because it's not Rain of Arrows, good, then it's automatically written off as bad. So by that standards, then everything is bad, right? Because it's not Rain of Arrows. But no, I mean, like Barrage feels great. I mean, I typically one-shot most things in like T12. And it plays like multi-shot, which, I'm a huge fan of multi-shot, so.
What do you seek?
I mean, as long as you're okay with not playing the meta build, Barrage is fine. Barrage is good.
I mean, as long as you have fun with it and you can create content with it.
Yeah. But usually the next question is like, is it better than Rain of Arrows? I'm like, no. No, it's not. It's not that. It's not. It is not Rain of Arrows.
Although it's not very hard to switch builds, right, in D4.
It's not, but the armory, just like it is, just like in D3, it is a little buggy. So sometimes it,
Okay.
yeah, it has its moments. Basically, they even imported the bugs too. It's just like we're gonna copy that as well.
Yeah, I mean, just from a planning point of view, I can see why it's very buggy, because it's a very complicated thing if you're trying to like load settings and like items within, like equipped runes within items and things. It's always a complicated way to do it, especially then if the player manually changes stuff and then uses a preset and then like puts something in the wrong place and then uses the preset again. You know, it's very prone to bugs.
Just as I have a
But,
soft spot for Heartseeker since season 4. Yeah, I always make it every season. Always do a Heartseeker build. I miss when Andy Barrage was so good back in the day. I mean, technically speaking, you can play that style now. It's just no longer built around that helmet anymore. Like you can do that just without the Andy's helm. So that style still exists. But you want to know why you don't hear people talk about it? Because it's not meta. But it works. It absolutely works like decently well.
Yeah, that's something that stings a little bit worse in Lost Ark, because if something is not meta, there's not really much you can do about it. I mean, sometimes you can switch builds and stuff, but there are some accessories and items that you would have to like craft
Skull
again from
Reserve.
scratch, or you know, pay real money to like have enough gold to buy an alternate build. Especially if you're
Yeah.
trying to do character swapping. I mean, there's no character swapping in Lost Ark, and it's very, very expensive to get to like the highest levels of endgame, unless you already have like thousands of hours played.
Some guys say I think DT or Rain of Rails can technically work. With Saley with good rolls. I mean, yeah. Well, work is. I guess that's the key word. Would it be better? No, but it would work. Which then begs the question: why put forth all that work trying to do it to end up doing less damage? Yeah, sure, you'll be practically, I won't say immortal, but you'll be extremely tanky. But you'll do quite a bit less damage for making that attempt or that effort. So that's why it's like you don't really see it on Rogue, because there isn't really a need. It ends up being a downgrade overall for the amount of work you're trying to do for it. That poison damage is great. What's your favorite build in Jin? You say in Jin? As in like, oh, in general. Okay, I got it.
Oh, there's a new game called Gen.
Sorry, yeah, I got confused for a second. Honestly, but this season probably spend them in Heartseeker for sure. But I'm a little, I guess, biased just because like it was like when I came across it, I was so excited to like go ahead and like make a video like on like it was literally July 4th, and I was like, I'm gonna put this video out because like people need to see this. But nah, I actually. My second favorite build was actually Rain of Arrows, or used to be. I don't really too much like this current Rain of Arrows. I know that probably sounds weird because it's like, but it has so many zeros and it's so strong, and it's like, yeah, I get that, right? But it feels like Death Trap. It feels like a rectangle Death Trap. That's it. Like that's what it is. And so like it plays exactly the same way. Like it pulls everything. You know, it has that little center or whatever. You're just spamming it, and then you're kind of like moving to the next area. It's a very similar play style. Like I don't really like Death Trap, or I never really liked Death Trap. I like the older Rain of Arrows where it was covering the entire screen and like waves or whatever, because it was different. It felt different. You played it a little differently because that's what it does. And I know that we have Monsoon, which is the variant that allows for the waves or Rain of Arrows like that. But it's so weak right now, like extremely weak right now, that it just makes me sad trying to play it that way. So I haven't really, enjoyed what Rain of Arrows has become in terms of like, the proper way to play it, I guess. Which is sad because I played Rain of Arrows every single season since I introduced it in the video in season 6. And had it on like the Master Guy. So like I played it every single season alongside Heartseeker. And this is the first time where I'm like, I'll pass, sort of kind of thing. Now I'll play it. Don't get me wrong. Like I play it because I have to write the guide on it, right? So I play it, make sure everything functions or whatnot. But like I'm not trying to min max it or anything. Like it just sits in my stash right now.
Can I answer one of the questions somebody has?
Yeah, what's
Or
that?
one of the comments. So somebody
Parents, what's up, man?
was saying that they don't. If you don't have friends to play with in Lost Ark, it gets kind of annoying to pick up game or pug. I got done with Lost Ark as soon as I got gate kept in Circa with my main with almost full gems. Yeah, no, that's actually definitely one of the biggest pain points to Lost Ark is, with new players, is that they, people want, especially since the game is so difficult and punishing, it's a waste of time for like the elite players to play with newcomers, because of course newcomers are going to make mistakes. I mean, that's how we all learn, right? But people want to just get in and out of raids and get their loot and move on, and so they're not going to allow, or they're not going to play with the less experienced players or less powerful players in general. And so, but fortunately, they've been, or at least the devs have been trying their best to sort of mitigate that. And actually, as of very recently, just this last week, they just added a new matchmaking mode for Circa normal, where you can literally matchmake the raid, and it gives everybody unlimited lives. There are no more wipe mechanics, and there's infinite time. So basically, you cannot fail. So in other words, it's like you can literally play with strangers by just queuing up and having a good time, and even if it's slow, you'll eventually clear it. I mean, it's impossible to lose technically, and I did it a few times. I mean, of course, I could solo it faster than that, but yeah, like they're changing things. They're adding more solo modes, although yeah, they're definitely gonna. I think in the future gonna be moving towards matchmaking thing.
I don't know. Playlist being playlists at the moment.
Very Christmas music. Like, yeah, I mean, it's better than what I would have suggested. I mean, you don't want me in charge of your Spotify. Like, you're gonna get all sorts of like weird German songs.
Is it kind of weird how the Rain of Rose doesn't do any of the use any Rain of Rose uniques? Well, there's only one. Now, it did used to like, get damage off of Aerostorm aspects in the past, right? But now it's just, now it's just the Word of Hakan, and they neutered that to death. Like they like neutered the crap. Not only, do you not get the stats, which was the most important part of Word of Hakan to begin with, but the fact that that having all the imbuements no longer like is a buff for any particular reason at all. And not only that, but that distant damage or whatever only works on like part of your damage or part of your waves, which is really funny. So like, not only did they neuter it, but like it's buggy, and you only get 1/3 the value. So like, it's so bad right now. But nah, I don't know. So it might be one of those things where like, I'll play Rain of Rose because I'm responsible for it, but like I don't know if I'm gonna like ever play it or if I'm gonna ever like min max it where I play it like a ton, just enough to make sure everything works the way it's supposed to, and for the guide and stuff. Once you get everything worked out, you'll fill me in. All right, cool.
Or Die, are you ever gonna try Lost Ark again, or is that just like forever a no, like a hard pass?
Probably not. I have such a huge backlog of like games that I want to play that I don't think I will ever be able to get back around to
Yeah,
that.
no, that's fair. I mean, I'm not blaming you, dude. That's totally fair. I even tell my friends like, yeah, no, Lost Ark is difficult to get into, but you know, it now, like I said, you know, devs are trying. But at the moment, it also feels like Amazon, who's the publisher, is like they downsized their team and everything. So like it feels like at some point Amazon may stop publishing Lost Ark and it will just go straight to the Korean developers. Which may be a good thing or a bad thing, depending on if they ignore the plights of the American server versus, you know, only tailoring to their Korean audience. But you know, I've had a good time with Lost Ark at least. I mean, the story is really good, and just like a few months ago, they finalized like the end of the story, at least like in a cohesive. Like if you were to make it into a series, it would be like a 20 episode season or whatever on like Netflix or whatever. So it'd be a pretty good show to watch. I think you did part of the story, right? You at least like got through like the first continent, right?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, so you already at least have part of the story. So, but I mean, it's I would say you probably got like 5 to 8% of the story. Because it's that long, but like it is a good game. But yeah, like or actually, did you ever get the boat? Were you on the?
No,
in,
no, didn't get
you
that
never
far.
got to the boat? Okay, yeah. So yeah, you're around like 10% or 8% of the story. Like it's but it's really good that they like added it all up, and then they added a special cutscene that then tells you like how many hours you were in Lost Ark, like the date that you defeated this boss for the first time, the date that you
Live raided my stream with 6 viewers.
Yo, dog, son.
We got raided.
We just got raided, son.
What up, Krog?
You know how we do. Drop my new beat for these new viewers. Sheezy out.
Krog. What's happening, man?
What's happening?
Is they finally here? Turn up.
Yeah, it's been a hot minute since I've seen the.
Did you see the dance? Yeah.
Yeah.
The music is a little different though this time around because I couldn't.
Yeah. I'm just thinking like one of the things you could do is like have different versions and like have like an entire, you know, not just one clone but like 4 clones doing different parts of the dance.
Also, Krog with the sub, 15 months in a row. Yeah, man, you ready for BlizzCon? Oh, by the way, here, are you going to BlizzCon by chance or?
Probably not, because
Yeah.
I don't really play Blizz games anymore.
That's right. Yeah,
but
I forgot.
Where is it, anyways?
Anaheim,
Oh, it's in
California.
Anaheim again. Okay, yeah, it's far away. Like I would probably fly there because it would be like an 8-hour drive, with traffic. So it's that bad.
Wise to seek an Ascari where stones are
It's like even though I'm in the same state, I'm in California. Like NorCal versus SoCal is like another state.
So I've heard. I think I'm gonna get me a different jewel for this weapon here because I need to
Would go to a
slot.
Lost Ark convention, but they're the only ones that there are in Korea. And they're only in Korean, so I wouldn't really get anything from it if I were to go in person.
I guess I'm actually gonna go like I said, do I actually need a dagger and a sword for pin shot build, or can I use 2 daggers and 2 swords? As long as it doesn't require a unique in that slot, you can use dagger or sword. Doesn't matter. So if it's legendary weapons, then dagger or sword doesn't matter. It's just aesthetics at this point. That's a great idea. I'm gonna actually go fight. I'm gonna go boss for a little bit actually, and I'm gonna do it on Barrage. crazy enough. So we're gonna do like the regular boss. Regular bosses. I think we'll do like Did we do Vershawn or Gregory?
I had a question regarding your schedule. Since my coding is happening faster than anticipated, I may actually have a playable alpha of my game if you want to try it out sometime this week.
You said this
I don't
week?
know
Definitely would it.
Yeah, you said you were very busy this week, right?
Yeah, like I it won't be until
no,
literally like let's see.
No,
So
then we can postpone it. Then I'll keep working on it. Maybe it'll have a beta version by then.
yeah, definitely like you have to be like the beginning of August before I can like actually like truly get my hands on it and play.
Okay, yeah, then I can hold it till August.
Yeah. And
I mean,
then
I
by
may
that point,
share it with other people to play it, but I'll give you the latest version that it's at that point in August that you can try it out.
Crux is I'm not playing. We're getting a pick at BlizzCon. I'm still trying to make it. So you know how I said I was gonna go to BlizzCon, Krog? So I'm still trying to go, but I didn't realize how expensive the trip was gonna actually actually end up being. So I'm kind of like in limbo on whether or not I can still go. So we'll go see. Like I'm doing everything I can to try to make it happen, but like
The airfare or the hotels?
both.
Oh, both.
Yeah.
Oh, well, there
Gonna
you
be
go.
in a bit more.
I'll help pay for it.
What was it? Appreciate the 5 get the subs. But yeah, it's we'll fix that. They fix it by giving Amazon half of what you.
Yeah, right, like
I appreciate it, don't get me wrong. I'm not hating by any means.
what's the
Yeah.
better way? It's through bits, right? Twitch bits, you get more like value.
Technically, yeah. But also the viewers who got the subs definitely appreciate that too as well. But like I said, I'm trying. It's just yeah.
So do you have like a Patreon or somewhere like people can directly donate to or support this?
No, I haven't. I didn't make one for that. But
What about
Buskies.
OnlyFans, where you like
No,
post
OnlyFans?
risque pictures of Lilith or something? Or hot tub stream, right?
I think it's just more so like because like it's because of when BlizzCon is as well. That kind of also hurts too, because like when I'm doing all the the camp stuff for like 3 weeks straight or whatnot, it's kind of hard to work the other side gig at the same time because of the amount of hours I'm doing that, and the pay I get from that doesn't show up until the following month, which will be after BlizzCon. So it's kind of like one of those things where it's just like, the timing is
you
just
don't want
kind
to take a
of
loan for that.
yeah. The timing is just a little awkward, but I'm still working on it though. Because supposedly it's supposed to be like the biggest BlizzCon ever, supposedly. So
That's what they
we'll
say
see
about
with that.
every BlizzCon, right?
Probably.
I mean, maybe this time they'll ask if don't you guys have phones? Don't you guys use AI?
But but I do know like even a lot of my other like content creator peoples who was gonna go and then realized that they can't afford to go now. You're running a full in real live stream during the time, bringing the camera in and all. Really? Okay.
That's pretty.
Well, yeah,
that's pretty all in.
Yeah, it is. That's cool.
Hiring a camera person is already like an investment, because especially if they're not local, meaning you have to pay for their airfare and their hotel, and like if it's like a business venture, I mean that's a lot of cost.
For sure. Yeah, he doesn't understand how your game is.
Oh, my game or what? Like your game?
He's talking about like Diablo Immortal.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, Diablo Immortal.
Bid for everything.
Yeah, no, I mean it's costly, but I mean if it works out, that it's good advertising and good brand. If you're like improving your brand recognition and getting sponsorships and stuff, that's like that's how you do it.
Boston is totally not bad on this setup. I was actually expecting it to perform a little worse than it is. Only goes to 13. I'm sure like 13 K-res is like easily 6 figures of expenditure, of like dollars, right? Yeah, like that's like very specific class of whales, right? You got like the whale, and you got the super whale, and then you got the ultra instinct whale. Yeah,
Yeah,
there's
those are like in Lost Ark. Those are the ones that have sidereal weapons because like just one of those costs over 100 grand. Like
Jesus.
as a single item in game, right?
That's nuts.
It's like, yeah, do you want a Ferrari or do you want this weapon in a video game? I mean,
Yes,
then
sir.
again,
I'm
there's
ready
people
for saying.
yeah, like for the right price, the devs will literally invent an item just for you and make only one of it. Like that's how it is.
Make only one of it.
Yeah, they'll be like, yeah, this is the
So it can always have value, basically, and like no one else can have it.
yeah, this is like Little Timmy's magic tweezers or something, and it's like this item only like exists once, and it's like a special like event item that everybody can get a similar one, but yours is like the original one and has like superpowers. And and all you had to do was pay like Blizzard $500,000. $42 for a whale mount. Oh, those are rookie numbers. On Lost Ark, there are some bundle packages that are already like $100 or more. And don't get me started on the mileage shop in Lost Ark. So there's a mileage shop, which is basically every dollar you spend through Steam for Lost Ark gets tallied, and you get like points for it. And you can then use those points to get exclusive things. And if, for example, there's like a mount, it costs about, well, it doesn't cost any money, but it's a perk that you can buy with these points. But to get enough points, you have to have spent $2,000. So if you were to just want that mount, you would have to spend $2,000 to get enough points to buy the mount. But of course, you would have $2,000 worth of other stuff too. It's like a perk or a gift that they give you, like as a like loyalty reward bonus or something.
ST, what's going on?
My
Jeez.
stream only goal to be known as Krog. So you're gonna drop the live, so that's like just Krog, and then after your stream's over, it's just like Krog dead or something.
Like Google Ninja, they're a blender. They're a streamer. I'm you're fighting with Walmart.
Oh, I see. Like you just want the name to be like free. I see. Yeah, like if you want, like, for example, yeah, I mean even my name on Twitch is Iria1342, as opposed to just Iria, because that name was already taken. Yeah, there's all sorts of like name squatting people out there that will like reserve a name and then like a website host name, and then hold on to it until like it becomes famous or whatever, and then if it wants to be bought out by some like major company. If I saw your stream background, I would understand. Okay, yeah, I would have to check it out.
But yeah, Krog. For sure, I am definitely gonna do my best. To still make it. I wonder if I'm gonna like. I'm still debating on whether I like I'm gonna actually stream at BlizzCon or not. Because I like there's a slot for me to stream. But that's the thing too as well. Because like I'll kind of feel bad if I can't take can't do that slot or take that slot, right? Appreciate the sub. Wait, that was more than 2?
He gave you
My boss-
another 5.
Oh yeah, my boss not showing the other 3. Appreciate the additional 5. Get the subs. She says, "Yeah, I'm trying." Yeah. I mean, I appreciate you, sir.
Like,
How's the warlock in
stuff.
Immortal, by the way? Like, since like you're like the only perspective I can kind of get on it. How's Warlock Gaming in Inferno and Inferno? Diablo Immortal.
Says it's crazy good, I guess. Is Diablo Immortal still pay to win, or is it have they like reverted that?
Well, technically yeah, but the free tier has gotten better. Like they've done more with the free tier of the game to where people can feel like they still have a good experience without the stuffs. But
Yeah, I mean, Diablo 3 was like that too. The first 2 years of Diablo 3 was with the auction house. Remember, in the real money auction house.
yeah,
And then when Reaper of Souls came out and Diablo 2.0, Diablo 3 2.0, that like changed it completely. It was a different game.
Shut up and take my money.
Young85 cheer Dex
Uh-oh, you got a hype
100,
train
cheer
going now.
100, cheer 83. Hope
with
you
the
got more
biddies.
bits than your 17-hour stream, Scott. Lol.
yeah. You actually gave me yeah. Your biddies was worth more than the 17-hour stream of ad revenue. Yeah, pretty much. Thank you, sir.
Oh, you got your hype train level 2 already.
I am truly shocked that I'm actually able to, boss pretty decently with this. I honestly really thought I was gonna struggle a bit more. This mess. Remember when Immortal launched and the dude paid to win so hard he couldn't play the game anymore because no one could match with them because his whatever stuff was too good. I remember that. Yeah, he definitely spent in like the lower 6 figures at the time. No, upper 6 figures. I think it was like 6 to like 600 and something thousand, something like that. He spent, and he was upset because he hadn't nobody to play with. He's like, well, you already won the game, sir. Like at that point, but you won. You're at the top at the time. But now I thought I had very interesting, I guess, takes at the time when content creators were, they were making fun of Diablo Immortal, right? And the way that they were making fun of Diablo Immortal was buying crest, legendary crest, to show their audiences how much it is pay to win. And I always thought that was kind of an interesting way of showcasing your point, because it's like, hey guys, look, I'm going to spend $300, right, buying crest to show you how pay to win this is, right? And if I was someone who was working at Blizzard, and the higher ups, like, am I going to be offended by you doing that? Like, you paying us money to show us what we already know? Like, I don't know what they're, granted, yeah, and not only that, but people were giving money to the streamers, to to a few of the streamers to buy legendary crests to then show that it's pay to win. And it's like, I don't know. I always thought that was like the like, in my mind, from a corporation standpoint, they won. Like, if that's your response, is to give them money for a game you don't like, and if multiple people are in on it, in a market that the game really wasn't marketed for in the first place, like, that's a win. That's I mean, that's a W. Like, I mean, like, I'm sure they're like in their office chairs, like, yeah, keep making these videos. In fact, make another one. Spend another $1,000 to show us how terrible the system is, right? You know, it was like, I thought that was like the craziest way of trying to make a point
Shut up and
without
take my money.
like.
Young
Yeah.
85 cheered X100. Peace out. I'm going to go have dinner.
Now we got more bits coming.
All right,
dude.
man. Appreciate the videos. You have a good one, man. That's just like, you know, like legit, like going to like Burger King or something and saying like, I hate your Whopper. Here's $400. I'm gonna buy $400 worth of Whoppers, right? Just to like, no, actually, no. Let's do McDonald's because of course the CEO can't even eat his own product. You know, I'm gonna sit there and go to like McDonald's and buy $400 worth of Big Macs, and then record it to show how bad your Big Macs are. Like, it's just like it just
Shut up and take my money.
like I wish.
Area 1342 cheered
1,000 minutes, appreciate you.
X1000. I'll put some hype in the pile myself.
You know what I mean? Like, it's just like do people not see like, you know, what they're doing in a sense? Like, I don't know. And then those
Shut up
like
and
same
take my
people.
money.
Here with an
Area
additional 500
1342
500
cheered
views.
X500. Here's a few more lol.
And like those people will say, oh, well, they're doing the audience a favor by showing people how pay to win it is, so therefore they don't do it. But I'm like, but the same people gave the streamer money to buy the crest. So you already spent money whether or not you play the game or not. That's even worse. Because it's like you gave a streamer money to buy said thing in the game that you would never play, that you don't even get to experience.
So let's double make it not worth it, right?
It's just like it was. I don't know, man. I like, man, like, as much as like I'm not like the biggest fan of like pay to win stuff and whatnot, but it's like if people are gonna be that, let's just say interesting. If people are gonna be that interesting, right? Like, man, I'm in the wrong business. Like, I'm totally in the wrong. Like, if people are that easy to manipulate, man, I am doing this whole thing wrong. Yeah, no, I bet I thought a lot of people are away from the game, but like, it didn't though, because the marketing. Because keep in mind, Blizzard already knows that the American market isn't where Diablo Immortal was going to make a good chunk of his money. Like, they know that it wasn't targeted for the American market. So the people who were not going to play, they were not going to play anyways. Any sort of pay to win mechanic sort of kind of thing is going to turn them off. Period. They didn't need a video to know that. It's a mobile game. They know that, right? They know they're already taken into the account that this is going to be, where, the Asian market is where they're going to make the majority of their money. They already taken that into account already. So like, what the American market did with the videos or whatever did not really put a dent into like the earnings for Diablo Immortal at all. Because like, if I'll put it this way, if it worked, if what you said worked, right? If it actually did work and it made a lot of people not play Diablo Immortal, then they would have shut the game down. They would have just stopped doing updates. They'd be like, okay, cool, yeah, we're just gonna move on. Guess what they're doing right now? Not that. Like, the game is still thriving despite, the North American market not being as interested. So it totally didn't work, and people spent a lot of money to prove a point that the company already knew was going to happen. Right? So I get what you're trying to say, but yeah, like the thing is that again, if those same people gave the streamers money to buy Crest to say, oh yeah, now I'm definitely not going to play, then Blizzard already got your money. Like you donated to the cause, literally, at that point.
You think you won? This is just the beginning.
And it also serves the other way too as round too, because there are people who don't mind the pay to win stuff, and they may not know that Diablo Immortal game or that game is already out. So it's free advertisement for the people who don't mind that. It's like, oh, this is a mobile game. Oh, a Diablo. Like, I know Diablo. I didn't know they made a mobile game. And like they'll pick it up because now there's free advertisement of people making videos about it being pay to win. So you're kind of having a, kind of an adverse effect. You're kind of getting them both ways. Nah, sorry. It was a Stingeon. Stingeon the man was up. Hey, for Guy, can I use Seal with marksman skill damage instead of basic? Yes, you can. Sorry. It's complicated. Blizzard programs 0% of the game is NetEase. That makes the game. They just buy the character. Yeah. Yeah. Now, I guess the thing is Krog Live, right? And I'll say this right. So it's like, it's one thing to be upset, with companies wanting to, do the free to, the free to play model, right? The free to play monetization stuff, right? It's one thing for people to be upset about it. And it's like, I can't believe these companies are doing it, such and such and such, or whatever like that. But then yet, inadvertently spend money on said product in the most strangest ways to combat the very thing that you say you don't like. Right? So my thought is that if you don't like it, like if you don't like the company's doing that, then like what's the best way to, fight that? Well, don't buy. Then at that point, it's going to be up to the whales to kind of support the game. And you may or may not have enough whales for the game to continue functioning in the way that it does. It just depends on the game, right? But it's as Azarath Pelgan still bug unless your only CC source is cold implement. Yes. Yep, it's still bug, which is very, very annoying. You got the choo-choo flash.
Yeah, I'm like, what the hell is this? That's what
I even forget that that's there too.
Yeah, I mean, I was like, that's what I get for hyping randomly, and I'm like, oh crap, now I get more crap sent to me. So anyways, I'm gonna head off. My Claude code has finished cooking, so it's ready for me to playtest, since it just, while we were talking, it just did the entire game economy and added units and resources, resource management systems, like all of this stuff while we were just talking. It's like crazy. Like the game is just like building itself, it feels like. But yeah, I'll definitely look forward to having you play test the game in August at some point.
Yeah, man. Well, thanks for stopping by. This was fun. It reminds me of the old days.
Yeah, I'll try and make a habit of stopping in a little more recently, or more regularly, because it's I mean, I've just been busy with other things, with my own job, and then also having, a bunch of stuff. I also have meetings, proposals, and stuff. So it's like, yeah, I totally understand. And if you're busy as well, you have your own, multi-job level stuff,
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll try and stop in from time to time. So wait, before I leave though, I have to do my customary sound clip.
Potato, potato, potato.
I swear, it's you and Decoy. You and T. Like Decoy does it coming into the stream. You do it exiting the stream.
All right. Yeah, I mean, I was the. I don't know if Decoy did it before me.
Oh
but I
no,
was-
no, no! You were first.
I was the
You were first, but
original.
yeah.
All right. Have a good one.
All right, see you, man. Yeah, your fun stream edits help me promote my own videos and streams your 1-1. Thanks, man. Like I said, I look forward to meeting you in real life. I'm hoping everything works out. Me being able to get there, whatnot. And then we'll meet for the what was it, the creator night or something like that. Blizzard's getting a lot of pushback for having a free-to-play MTX style, but then games cost money and while it has a subscription on top of that. Yeah, so like, hold on one second. They said yeah, you can in real life. Oh, we can. Then I might actually try to do that then. Budget for the Rain of Arrows build on the one hand, weapons doesn't matter if you roll 10% all damage or 10% cold damage. Cold damage rolls higher. Like slightly higher than like all damage does, but it's basically the same thing. It's in the same bucket, so it doesn't really matter which one you do. But cold damage will like technically roll slightly higher because you have to actually deal cold damage, whereas all damage can be anything, right? How many keys I got left on this? 5. Okay. But yeah. So the thing too, Aaron, too, about that, I get a lot of pushback when I say what I'm about to say. But realistically speaking, right? Well, companies are greedy. Companies are gonna, corporations' one job is to make money. Like that's literally the only reason they exist is to make money, right? However, if you think about how much games cost now versus how much games cost 20, 30 years ago, you realize you have to kind of realize that the price hasn't really gone up much. Like it has not kept up with like the price of video games have not kept up with inflation. Like if you go back and like think about a Nintendo 64 cartridge, right? Like that costs like $60 to $70, which is about what games cost now without the ultimate super transmog pimped out edition. Just the game itself is costing around that price. If you account for inflation, those Nintendo 64 cartridges in today's economy will cost literally $130, $140 if gaming kept up with, or if gaming pricing kept up with inflation. But it hasn't, right? The game still costs roughly what it did back, decades ago, right? So like when people get upset that a company's charging $10 more than they used to, the first thing we do want to the artists want to cry is like, oh, they're being greedy, et cetera, et cetera. But when you think about again what games cost now versus what they used to cost, and the fact that they're more expensive to make now versus what it was then, I mean, it's really not. It's not unusual. It's almost like, it's kind of a given. Like at some point, this was going to happen. Whether we want it to happen is a different story, but at some point it is. Like it's going to happen. Now, the idea of them like adding MTX shops and stuff like that for things that you can purchase that are not necessary, I think it's a good compromise versus just raising the base price of the game, because then they can fuel the money that they need to make on that stuff versus the base game price, right? And I think that's a fair compromise, because it's like you don't have to buy stuff in the shop. You don't have to buy the $200 ultimate special addition of a game. Like you don't have to buy any of that. You can just buy the base game. Like nothing happens if you buy the $200 version of the game. You don't have to do that. That's just marketing. You can, but you don't have to, right? But yeah, he said sure, inflation adjusted games cost more back in the 80s and 90s. People also had way more money to use. Well, I won't say people, because you also have to remember that not everybody had like 8 to 5 jobs though. So like when you think about the people who game, think about the teenagers who don't have, like, who were making $5.15 an hour, like, minimum wage type thing, right? So like when you think about the pricing of that game and the fact that literal teenage jobs was $5.15 an hour, like it was actually hard to afford the games then at that point. Now if you were a full grown adult with like a bachelor's degree and like sector of a job, then yeah, you're right, for sure. Like you're right, but that wouldn't constitute the majority of the gamers at the time though, right? So so I would actually say games were harder to buy at that time for a kid, for a teenager or a college student. It was harder then than it is now. Like a $60 game now, that's like what, 4 hours of work at McDonald's. Right? Whereas working at McDonald's in the 1990, or 1998 or whatever, that would have taken you all week to make that money. So it was easier. It's easier to get it now than it was then, roughly. Just rough. Now, of course, obviously there's the cost of living and stuff like that. So you can't factor in those kind of things. But I'm just trying to mostly focus in on like the pricing of the industry, and like, sure, corporations want to nickel and dime you. I am not on their side by any means. I'm not on the side at all. However, it is also true at the same time that games are way more expensive to make, and it gets hard to do at a base price of $60 to make a AAA game. Now, of course, you can argue, well, then don't make a AAA game, right? Don't be trying to like throw in all these, don't be trying to throw in like jiggle fixes or jiggle physics for like lips and stuff, right? Like you can kind of skip all that, right? But at the same time, we as gamers, we tend to like, demand a lot graphically nowadays. So, there is some like push and pull there, right? A little bit. Know what I'm saying? So I feel like, in my opinion, I feel that both can be true at the same time. Like companies can just be greedy and want more, nickel and dime you because, of course, shareholders. And at the same time, it could, also be the fact that it's hard to maintain, what you're doing at the same price point as 30 years ago. I don't know. D4 feels like 2 expansions later, it finally got their beta. So I don't know how much they're actually spending on making a quality game. World of Warcraft has $15 monthly sub, and it's so buggy. Blizzard put out a public apology about how bad one of the richest patches was, and they've never done that before. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I can't say that I disagree there. But I will say that I've gotten a couple of thousands of hours out of Diablo 4, regardless of the state of what the game was in. So it's like, that's on me, right? at the end of the day. Did you know that you get a random mythic when using the cube? Yes. Yep. That has been a complaint that many of us have had this season, because the button literally says upgrade to mythic, but when you hover over it, it says something else. And I can't for the life of me understand why they didn't just rename this button. Craft random mythic would have been the right wording, or something along those lines. Yeah, because you read it, it says transmutes a unique equipment item with at least 850 item power into a random mythic of the same item slot. But that is not what this button says at all whatsoever. This button does not say that. And no one's gonna sit there and like hover over every single one of these and be like, well, let me make sure I read the entire text just in case. Because even the top of this says upgrade to mythic, right? And then you have wording saying, oh no, it's not upgrade to the mythic, but the item that you are putting in there. We're just gonna give you some random BS, thing we found off the floor somewhere and just take your really good unique that you thought you were gonna upgrade to mythic. Yeah, we're gonna just take that from you. Which is exactly what's happened. Oh man. How hard is it to get a max aftermath aspect? I wouldn't say it's that hard. You have multiple sources you can do. You can upgrade like rings, like rare rings into legendaries, because aftermath is a resource aspect. So you can upgrade rare rings. That's you can use the Q mask for that. That's actually a really good way to do it. You can of course gamble, run like some Obel's Reserve Nightmare Dungeons. You get a ton of Obels, gamble Obels for rings. Don't forget that you can barter over here with your currency, your coins you get from the mercenary, and you can literally go for the resource aspect cash to try to get a better, that kind of thing. So yeah, there's several different ways you can try to brute force it. I just treat every other kind of just ring because I got a really good one. I have to farm another one. Yeah, that's so bad. It's just so unfortunate, man. Escalation dungeons for Obels. Yeah, that too. Yeah. Is the spin to win max damage build best for all in-game content? I would say it is definitely the most efficient for all in-game content. You don't have to. You can just do just the in-game version if you would like. But the full damage one is a little squishier, but you definitely will feel the output. It's the one that I tend to do. Or that I run because I tended to like to run Glass Cannon in general. Let's do some pit with Barrage before I switch to maybe some Rapid Fire. I think I'm gonna play some Rapid Fire too. I don't have a gem on this one. I have a spare I'll just throw that in there. Guess we'll swap to this on the Guardian. My aftermath doing Obels only took 4K. I think he was asking for like a maxed out one. I kind of wish the sound of a barrage with multi-shot sounded more chunkier. It literally sounds like I'm just like tossing some toothpicks through the air. Like it doesn't have any oomph in terms of the like the attack itself. I forgot to switch my dagger. Oops. A Dirk. Move out the way. I switched the wrong one out. There you go. Let me upgrade my glyphs. Yeah, but the devious. Meltus, what's going on, man? It's been a while since I've seen that name. How you been? Have I experimented with Poisonous Shadow? Poisonous Shadow both are not good with Heartseeker. Poison is not good because all the stuff that makes Heartseeker good, like Gladiator's Triumph and the Narrow's Eye set itself, Pain Gorgers, all those don't work with poison. So without multipliers like that, it just doesn't. You can't make a viable poison Heartseeker setup because of that. And Shadow Imbuement just doesn't work well in game at all. It's just bad for in game. Great for leveling, but bad for in game. I don't know why they made Barrage in the first place. D2, D3 multi-shot was so iconic to those games. Yeah. Yeah. I don't think I have a. Yeah, pretty much. D3 multi-shot definitely felt. Oh yeah, it did. Yeah, it did. So I mean, it looks. I mean, at least they got it to kind of look like, you know, multi-shot, right? But yeah, it definitely feels. It definitely felt better in D3. Is poison or cold build better? Depends on the build you're running. Like for Heartseeker, cold is definitely better. Reneville's cold is better. Pinshot, poison is better. Dance of Knives, poison is better. So it just depends on the skill. Okay, I'm running your poison Reneville's. I'm loving it. Cool. Reneville's is strong in general. So like even poison Reneville's is actually like pretty dominant in like T12 content. I guess we're gonna actually let's do something y'all have not seen me do before. So speaking of which, it probably does require this ring. Now that I say this, so we're gonna do rapid fire, but we're gonna actually do the grenade version of rapid fire. So thanks for your help. You got a maxed out aftermath aspect. Cool. Yeah, those are the easiest ways to kind of get aspects in general. Period. So like not just your aftermath, but think about it for other slots and stuff that you might want it for. But yeah, a maxed out aftermath is very, very important for Reign of Arrows.
Grandma_Sky raided my stream
Yo,
with 3
dog,
viewers.
son. We just got raided, son. You know how we do.
How you doing?
Drop my new beat for these new viewers.
cheesy. Out. How's it going, Grandma Sky? How's it happen? And this is for the YouTube comment there. How am I doing? I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. Kind of just chilling. I don't have any like main goals at the moment. I'm just playing for the sake of playing. You're welcome. Hope all is good for you. Are you oh, you're playing Grounded. Okay. Have you played any Diablo this season? Sky? Not this one. Oh, okay.
Back to it then.
I guess let's see. Add a socket. I know that I didn't get the max value on this one, but I think that for the resource, but I think that's okay. I don't think it's gonna make that big of a difference here.
What do you seek?
Turn the shadow damage into. We'll do vulnerable actually. I would say crit chance, but we might have enough for rapid fire. Yeah, this is grenades rapid fire. That we're gonna do. Alright, and what we're gonna do masterwork. Or masterwork. I chose last season too much to do. Felt like a job. Yeah, they did add a lot. The cube is very can be very daunting at first, for sure. My friends I used to play with all quit too. Oh, I see. Makes sense. Yeah, Diablo is something I've usually have played solo most of the time. So if I was playing like, let's say, I don't know, like team-based game, like more team-oriented games, you know, if they stop playing, I'm definitely stop playing as well, for sure. Yeah. All right, so we're gonna swap out this for that. We gotta change this aspect to grenade something.
Ancients, watch over this one.
And then we're gonna unsocket all the gem stuff. This here. Up this. Pick that. And I think we're playing now. Do I have the grenade? Yep, I have grenader. Cool. Alright, so with this particular version here, with the Thrust in the Caltrap build, there's quite a few uniques on it. That skill would be cool. Every dash Caltraps. I haven't seen anyone make one, and every time I run the numbers don't look good at all. So I haven't actually tried to put one together because of that. I could be very surprised and it end up being like really, really good, but the numbers definitely don't show that. And I would think that if it was like good or like decent or okay-ish, like we may have I would have figured we would have seen the video or something by now by somebody doing it. But so far I haven't seen anything. All right, so this rapid fire setup is a little interesting because I have to run 2 different basic skills for it to be, you know, somewhat efficient to do the grenade version of it, because I'm using the Heartseeker pull influence basically. Actually, it didn't switch to the right thing. There we go. Confluence. So I'm using Confluence, and therefore I can't cast it to stack my Vengeance because it has a pretty high cooldown on it still. So it has a 4-second cooldown, almost 5-second cooldown. So because of that, I need something else to stack. Vengeance for now. So that's what Puncture is here for. It's like, I'm just going to just stack that for Puncture and then never use Puncture again. And then just rely on the Heartseeker off of cooldown to keep up the Vengeance stacks. But before then, I got to cast Puncture to get the stacks up first. I accept guys to help you with boss fights and leveling, but still support my favorite Diablo streamer. Thank you. I appreciate you, Grandma Sky. You have a good night. You're recovering from surgery. Tell me about it later. I'm sure you're leaving now, but yeah, tell me about it later. Yeah, it's kind of. I guess I don't really need points into this, so I can't really use Shadow Step on this. Okay. All right, let's see if I complete this properly. Yeah, so this definitely functions a lot different than the traditional rapid fire does. I just got a couple of messages. All right, let's see if I don't muck things up. Triple checking. If I didn't screw anything up. First time I'm actually running with this ring though. Usually I just did a regular legendary ring and I forgot that this ring existed. So should actually feel better now. You like it solo stuff found? I mean, yeah. I mean, I play the game solo anyways most of the time, so like it doesn't really feel any different for me, to be honest. Okay, I'm missing something. Alright, let's jump out. Jump out. Actually, am I missing anything? Or is that just that bad? No, never mind. That's just unstoppable mobs. I don't think I can ever really get used to the sound effect of the grenades though. The whole pull in for the burst or whatever is actually quite neat. Like it's actually really effective, even if it is a little clunky. Rapid fire. This is one variant of it. Yes, this is the grenade variant or the explosive shot variant. Is rapid fire the main damage and grenades just boosting this damage? Kinda, yeah. It's all combined into one basically. And that's grenade rapid fire. Definitely has that little like definitely more, I'm gonna say stationary type feel, but and like this pairs very well with Azarath because of course you're bunching everything real close together, so you get like the huge bursts. So like for pushing, believe it or not, rapid fire has always been has always been pretty good this season. Just no rapid fire players to do it. That's our best in slot. Only for tower and pushing though. You wouldn't do it for regular content. It just takes. I mean, if you need 3 seconds to kill something, then you're definitely not speed farming like in like regular content. Yeah. But for like, you know, the higher up pits and stuff like that, oh absolutely. It's best in slot. Looks like you're missing was health because you was getting everything. Bro, I'm always glass cannon. I run paper as gear basically. Oh, I didn't even have the whatchamacallit. I guess I didn't have the stone last time. That's why I guess it took me as long as it did. I mean, it works. It is a little like, it's got a little clunk to it, but it works. A lot of times I'm like overkilling. If I had a better bow than a crossbow, I'd probably use a bow instead of a crossbow. Is there a build guide for this variant? Oh no, it's yeah. It's already on max roll. It's basically it should be called rapid fire. It should be called in-game grenade full damage, I think it's called. So yeah, it's already on the max roll guide. Oops, wrong gym. Yeah, and this is not and this is not mythic either. So like, if I was able to get like a mythic version of this, whatever. We'll do a few more 120s. Is there any build with Wind Force? Yeah. The Barrage build now uses it. Yeah. It's kind of nice. Also, this is not going to turn the grenades. Thoughts on a version with a grenade? So there is one on Max Roll, I believe. Yes, a Nas grenade version. I like it for us to get in a tray for Heartseeker. Tray you. Oh man. Build. It should be in the It should be in the description. If you're watching on YouTube, it should be in the description under Rapid Fire Guide. So there should be like a link to the Rapid Fire Guide. And then you click on that, and then you go to the grenade variant. So it should be in-game grenade. And that's what this is. The reason why this is not like the main variant, or I don't have this as the main variant, is because it is a little clunky. Like it's not as like smooth to play. It's a lot of damage. It's just not like smooth. So it's like it kind of requires more attention, a little more effort than like the regular way. That also feels a bit better, like faster to spam and stuff. Also, probably would like to use a bow over a crossbow, but my bow is like really like my crossbow is really good. So it's like I don't know if I can craft a bow that's gonna be as good as my crossbow. So I'm just kind of using the crossbow for now as a placeholder. And Skyhunter is kind of Skyhunter is really not that great for this, believe it or not. I mean, it's okay. Like, it's not bad. It's not terrible. But Skyhunter is a damage loss. In fact, I guess we'll try to craft the bow after this. Let's see if I can craft a good bow. Nice boss spawn. You know what? Let's see if we can do it with the Derek. Yeah, I feel. Guess that worked. Yeah, let's crack the bow. I like Rogue over on D4. He has some many builds you can play. I mean, if you've been like looking all over the internet, you would assume we only have one build. But that's the case for for everything that's meta, right? How far could you take this building pit? Like with pimped out gear, probably like 138, 139, probably. Maybe like if you get, yeah, maybe 140. Yeah, I'm glad I found your content. Started Dance of Knives into DT each season got stale. But the good thing is, as like someone just said earlier, like rogues have a lot of, you know, fun different builds that you can play. I mean, obviously you will always have your meta, right? There's gonna always be a meta build in every class. But rogues is one of those classes where, sure, Rain of Rails is, you know, has no, Rain of Rails is really strong, but there are like 6 other builds that can also like demolish T12 and like do fairly well for for itself. That crit damage was like a really shitty roll too. I don't know if I want to use this weapon. I want to craft another one. I kept all these bows for a reason, right? Let's see, that's trash. What these GA just weapon damage ones are trash. Do I have any 2 GA? There we go. This is the one I'm looking for. Yeah, 2 GA. All right. I'm gonna need that to at least be somewhat close to my crossbow. Appreciate the follow. Alright, so we're gonna do, yeah, we'll just enchant actually. Turn this into Dex. How much core damage is that actually? Max value. I really think the Dexes here is better still. Slightly. I get a higher Dex value though, just like slightly higher. What I really don't like is Charm Reveal. Oh, that's so bad. I don't even do it, man. Like I get so tired of it that I don't even do it. Like my charms are like very, very mediocre. And I have just come to accept it. Like just literally just accept that is just what it's going to be.
Oh, what is a waitress, isn't it?
Masterwork. I'm gonna try to hit the crit damage. Boom. Throw the aspect on it. Ferocious. That. I guess I'll just send it, right? We'll just send it. Go for it. Okay, it gave me GA on the max life. Okay. Could have been worse.
Stones to cut, gems to set. Good luck, mainlander.
Okay, so now that we have a different, now we have a two-hand bow. It's still not as good as my crossbow. Like my crossbow, I actually end up getting double transfig, item quality, and the all stats or whatever. So like, but then again, it's only 1 GA on the crit damage though, so it is still better than like anything else I got. I feel like it's harder to get the fix you want when you choose the enchant. Whenever I have the opposite, I get the. Whenever I have the opposite, I get the fix I want. The desk probably put that in place to keep this from playing. Well, I mean, as you know, there's no way for them to know what we want, right? But RNG can totally feel like it's like working against us for sure. I spent so much gold like trying to re-roll stuff. Oh, that feels better. Just the movement.
Impressive. Unfortunate.
No any pet bugs. Sometimes a pet just disappear. I usually forget that I have a pet, to be honest. What I really want to do is I really want to get rid of this puncture, like kind of to be able to play it without the I mean, I got this to 4.43 seconds, but it's like it'll take you what? Right, so 16, 20, like 19 seconds to get your full vengeance stack. So it's kind of like you're like missing, you know, a chunk of your damage. I guess I can make the attempt to try something different here. Like maybe just the beginning of my first 19 seconds is just gonna be bad, and it just is what it is. I can't think of any other way around it. I know like Zario and Crafty play the grenade variant quite a bit, and I don't think they have solved that. But then again, I don't know what else they did. I don't think I'm gonna like this, but we'll see. Here, flurry build that can compete with Dance of Knives. When you say compete, are you talking about just like regular in-game content, or are you talking about like pushing? I think they both. Actually, I think they both push roughly around the same tier. Well, actually, no, I lied. I think Flurry's like maybe two tiers, 2 or 3 tiers below Poison Dance of Knives in terms of pushing is concerned. But for in-game content, Flurry is very fast. I guess that it won't do as well versus bosses like Dance of Knives will, because Dance of Knives is poison. Oh, well, I'm not stuck in interventions at all. It's not coming off cooldown fast enough. Oh, that's right, because it's 4 seconds, not 5 seconds. Duh. Oh, man. All right, so... How much more cooldown would I need to get it to 4 seconds to make that work? Like, I can get the 5 seconds each time once it's at 5 seconds, but I can't continue to stack. And there's like there's like I feel like I need like a cooldown seal or something. Also forgot that I can also run 2-piece sightless with the Mythic Charm. There is that. But I don't have any good Mythic Charms though. There's cooldown. Also cooldown. And it's basic attack. 6% marksman skill cooldown reduction. Crit chance. Shadow Twisting Blade Cold Bill I found online. It actually did pretty good, but it gets busted. You have to proc Shadow Step before and after to trigger Azarath. Yeah. Yep. That's the case for all the cold bills, unfortunately. You know what? I'm not gonna try to bother. I feel like that's too much. I'm losing too much trying to make this happen. go ahead and put the point there and just kind of call it. As much as I don't want to do that. I really don't want to do that. It's so bad. Oh well. You know what we will do though? We'll boss. Actually, where does the signet drop? Which boss is it? Maestro. Okay. It's actually Beast in the Ice. Actually, don't think I feel like. Actually, don't know if I have a lot of whatchamacallits for it. They were about to spawn. I've actually been ignoring the world bosses, to be honest. They no longer like have like a or guarantee to drop. What do you call it? They no longer guarantee to drop like mythic tributes or whatever. I don't think I've seen a single mythic tribute from a world boss this season. Either that or my luck is just real bad. I forgot the salvage, I guess. Market seems to be very better value than World Boss. Yeah. Yep. Which is kind of unfortunate because I mean, you know, we're not getting any like we're not getting anything happening off the World Boss. And like you wait the longest for him too, right? So it's just like, yeah. Yeah, I can do grenade skills, Silas. Guess I'm gonna do like a double. Actually, I should do like a whatchamacallit charm instead. 60. About the same.
May you find your way back.
Putting the first word about makes me so mad. Why the blitz aren't making crazy reduced damage only for dot bills? I don't think it's just for dot bills. I think it's just it's for bills in general. But like, yeah. So I just feel like they get kind of really weird. The healthties.com voice alert. There's a voice alert for Realm Walker, really? That's actually kind of cool. Like I had no idea. Trace of Echoes, okay.
Greetings. Hello.
Alright, well, Butcher. Been blasting Phil stuff on hardcore for ages and zero echoes. This is my second one. Well, it's like the second one I found, basically. I really don't like doing them, honestly. Like, because that takes so long to ramp up, man. I tasted the Rain of Arrows. Got a max to really help you out. Thank you. Oh, you're welcome. I'm missing my attacks. We'll just do double chests. Not gonna worry about Bilal spawn anymore. How much does combo points give you? It depends on the skill. It's not like set like it does. It gets everybody the same amount. So combo points does different things for different skills. And Mythic Seal. I mean, it's worse than what I have. However, I guess it would allow me to do like the just gain 30% more DR, but I mean, damage wise, it's still worse than what I got. It's funny because like the first 2 weeks I didn't see a single Mythic Seal, and then like obviously when they buff the Mythics or whatever, then of course I see him all the time now. They did average damage to the bosses, but Barb and Cold Rovers around. They die in 2 seconds. Oof, that hurt. I should have left. Yeah, I think this Barb's really doing the majority of that, because keep in mind, like, world bosses are resilient to cold. Or they're unstoppable, so like Rain of Arrows aren't dealing that much damage to like the world bosses. I'm sure they help, so don't get me wrong, but like compared to what Barbs are doing, like Barbs are doing significantly more against the world bosses. But the reality is that like that's the problem that you're experiencing is only on world bosses, and which aren't necessary at all. Like they don't like world bosses doesn't give you anything. So it's kind of one of those things where, or anything good. So it's kind of one of those things where it's the only time where poison isn't, doesn't do well. Any other time outside of that, poison has always been good on bossing, I guess, except for world bosses for whatever strange reason they've chose. It's the principle. Okay, fair enough. Can't argue that. How many of these I got? 18 more then. For the town. So after I finish up with this grenade version, I'm gonna go back to the regular version of rapid fire, just for a little bit of comparison, see how I feel about it versus the two versions of what, but not.
I'll be here, swinging away.
Fully damage. Does this build not use Azarath? Not on bosses. As the only reason to use Azarath on the cold build is for pushing. That's it. Like tower push or pit push or tower push is the only time you use Azarath. That's it. So for most of the time, like most of the content, you don't use Azarath. Ends up being a net nerf overall, and does nothing on layer bosses really. In fact, you know what? Let's go ahead and switch to the other. What did I get? 2GA, Cal, the Nameless, Oof. Yeah, let's go ahead and make the swap, because I think for the other boss, I think I'm just gonna do my Spinnerman Heartseeker. So Spinnerman Heartseeker so far against like layer bosses of all the cold builds I've done, is the stronger single target of all the stuff I've done so far. That still remains to be true. Grenade. Okay. All right. Now it's time to switch it up. Go with actually, what do I put on? I'll go regular ring. Gotta go something different. Not imbuements. I guess it's high velocity on this. I think I did make a new ring.
Cliptus raided my stream with 90 views.
Yo, Dark Side, we just got
With the
raided, son.
raid.
You know how we
What is
do.
up, sir?
Drop my new beat for these new viewers. Sheezy out.
What's up, sir? see you doing Torchlight. How are you liking Torchlight? I don't think I've ever seen you play Torchlight before. I saw like on like the side stream or the side thing or whatever. I'm just like, oh, he's playing Torchlight. Like just like a race or an event, I believe. Cool. Well, welcome in. I'm actually just switched from rapid fire grenade variant. I'm about to play the I guess regular variant now to make a comparison. So you guys just missed that part of things. But I'm just chilling for the most part, farming some bosses, not doing too much of anything like special. But thanks, Clip This. Appreciate you as always. If I have Biting Cold, Transfigure on the amulet, and the print on boost, they don't work together. No, they don't. So if you have Biting Cold, so if you have it on one piece, then you switch the other piece to probably Earth Strikers, because you probably don't have that then. Blood First, what's going on? DJ Chrono. All the peeps. How's my season going? Actually not bad. I'm enjoying the solo self-found part of things. I mean, I usually play by myself anyway, so I guess it's really no big deal. But I don't really know how I feel about the mythic changes so far on both sides. I thought it was like a little too rough at the beginning, but I think the change to make it as easy as it is to obtain mythics now was way in the opposite direction. I think it's too easy now. Although I think they did that because they kind of like screwed up the beginning of the season with the way it was. So I think they were just trying to throw a bone and just say, hey, mythics for everybody. So I kind of get it, but I hope it's not this easy going forward to next season. But I also don't want it to be as strenuous as it once was the first 2 weeks of the season. So but anyways, with that being said, just kind of finishing up my little bit of testing that I've been doing. Now that I can actually now that I actually kind of got the some mythics to be able to actually test with, because for cold builds they make a big difference. So anyways, yeah, gonna do a little bit more rapid fire. I'll probably end up with some spin to win pretty soon-ish. I guess I don't have to do the thing anymore, do I? I can just switch to that. Breakneck Quiver. Now my Heartseeker actually deals damage. I has been Carrie here. Pleasure to see you again. I look on your stream more than you know. Same thing with the Immortalized. What's going on? Yeah, y'all catching me playing off meta of the off meta. So we'll move that there. Okay, and I gotta switch to a glyph. Okay, I think that is every. Oh no, grenade. Wait, what do we put here then? For the regular. Actually, I don't even remember. I had to go check my planner. I'm like, wait a minute, what do I put there? Profile. Regular rapid fire game. Oh, conceded. Duh. Okay, and I think that is it. I'm not gonna use it right now because we're bossing, so silly me. Is loud and chaotic, but is welcome. Yeah, I lurk a lot. I'm like the ultimate lurker. Oh wait, crap. No, don't kill me. Don't kill me. Good to see you, Rogue. Still doing 150s. I don't do any exploits, so you'll never see me do that on like the leaderboard. There is a big community of rogues that refuse to do it illegitimately, basically. Yeah, that was not how I wanted to do it. How's your pew? You think your pew coming on? Yo, my spin the win Heartseeker is like real good right now. Eating well. Yeah, the grenade. Yeah, the grenade version was actually like was quite a bit stronger. But this feels better. Like this feels better to play. I don't think I'm missing anything. I could stutter step like much easier. But it shouldn't take me that long though. Did I switch something out on accident? I'm assuming I did. Yeah, I think I did. I was killing fasting on the grenade version. I was gonna run some piss with this or whatnot, but I think I got my answer. I'll just stick with the grenade version. This off meta is just doing okay. Well, this is like off meta. Like, so this is like the second tier of off meta. There's like good off meta and then like okay off meta, right? All right, we're gonna. Alright, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do one. We're gonna go back to. We're gonna go ahead and just do a 120 real quick. We'll go back to the grenade version of it. I kind of want to like do like a small recording of it, and then I'll put my spin the win up on. So I kind of want to play that. But yep.
What do you see?
Chances are I probably won't play the regular version of Rapid Fire anymore after the grenade update I did. But I wish there was just an easier way to kind of proc the vengeance stuff, because that's the hard part. And having to slot 2 basic attacks is just so weird. I mean, it's necessary, which is the problem. But
Wise to seek an Ascari where stones are concerned.
alright, so hey, there's aspect. There we go. Okay, so that's so the fact that I have to have puncture in here along with the Heartseeker thing, bugs the crap out of me. I wish if there was a way for me to solve that, Like if I could solve that problem, I'd make this the main variant. Like if I can legit solve that problem. Is it grenade version on your planner? It is. It's in the build guide. Unstoppable. Seriously. Yeah, screw that. And I have less mobility because I have to have the basic on there. So instead of getting like shadow step or whatever, I gotta have this puncture. Although I guess I could be very weird about it and just stack the vengeance with my puncture and then take it off my bar and then put shadow step on my bar after I get the 5 stacks. Because I can keep it up from there after I stack it. Like that'd be like the ultra, Giga Chad play. So it does a thing. They're just either I complain to Blizzard about this whole needing a second basic to make this work, or I figure something out. I tell you now, most of the Spiritborn can't kill Butcher that will juiced in T12. Yeah, I kind of feel bad for this Spiritborn class. Like half of y'all stuff doesn't even work. But is it illegitimate if Blizzard allows it to continue? I missed that earlier. I don't think it's really, they're not allowing it per se. They've been actively trying to fix it. They're just doing a bad job at it. But regardless, it's against the TOS. Like we all have signed or check marked that I agree in the TOS, and exploiting is part of that TOS. So if they want to take action to ban or whatever, they can. And if they choose to do so, then there's nothing anyone can say about it. Because it's like, well, you agreed to not do the thing. Even if they can't fix it or don't fix it or are terrible at fixing it, you still agreed not to. Right? So that's the thing. But no judgment from me though. Like you're not gonna get any judgment from me in terms of like, what anyone chooses to do, right? But all I'm saying is it's in their right to, or it's their right to be able to take action if they so choose to do so. Okay. All right. So now we're gonna go to the upper off meta. Well, this is kind of like meta. This is sort of meta for like T12 ish. I guess you can call it meta ish. Like it's like it's very popular as like a T12 like setup. And speed farming pits. It does that well as well. What? I don't know why I don't just put stuff in my inventory. Throw a bunch of stuff in here. I have to pick up stuff. This song though. Alright, at least my boss damage stuff. Yeah, this is my boss weapons. Or boss gear. Put that there. Right. Why not just remove Umbercrux? Because Umbercrux is actually not the problem this time. That's why. They actually did, believe it or not, they actually did fix the Umbercrux. So the Umbercrux is right now working as intended. Is that there's a bug, there's a different bug in which they're using the Umbercrux to amplify or give the bug AoE spread. So the Umbercrux is actually working as intended. It's just the other thing that's the problem. So yeah, when we keep saying that remove the Umbercrux, if they did, it still would be people would still be doing 150s. So it's a little more so like I said, they are trying to do it. No, they still be able to do the 150s without the Umbercrux. It's just easier to do it because the Umbercrux just spreads your damage. But don't disable the thing that isn't bugged because it's not going to fix the thing. It was so much slower, but it still will be 150s though. You still would be clearing higher than anything else regardless. So like, what's the difference between clearing 150 in 4 or 5 minutes and clearing 150 in 9 minutes? It's still a problem, like a big problem. You're not fixing anything. You're just like putting a wet Band-Aid on it. Like a wet, soggy, used Band-Aid on it. Because disable the Shadow Clone Sentry. You can, but it's more than that too. So it's not just that. It's a combination of things. I don't disagree with you in terms of like maybe just getting rid of things. But like you can just disable whatever if making the bug work. So let me ask you a question. So like let's just say hypothetically dash was the problem. Do you think that would be a good solution is to disable dash for an entire season? Like that's a question. So like let's just say like for last season, let's say pin shot itself, the base line of pin shot was a problem. Hypothetically, if they just disable that entire skill, that would not go over well. Even if that might be the best course of action, people would literally lose their mind. Was it a Sightless Charm last season? It was a problem. Rain of Arrows. It was a little bit more beyond that. All right, we're gonna go back to Butcher. You can't disable dash, but you can disable Sentry. but so part of the problem will still exist. So again, I'm not sticking up for them and the fact that it's still there. I'm just saying, as someone who's in the Diablo, so as someone who's in the Diablo partner Discord program, like I know how, like, exactly all the different things that goes into that, because we're supposed to report it and things like that. So I know all the details involved in it, and it's more, and again, it's still more than just that. But it's just like, the thing is that if they're going to fix it, they have to fix the whole thing. And my issue with it is that they just need to just ban people doing it until they can get it fixed. Talk about it, put a message out there saying, hey, this is whatever, this is considered an exploit, do not do it, such and such, TOS, blah blah blah, whatever, and just let it be until they can get a true fix for it. This is it. Perfect. What's a perfect solution while working on it? Working on that, they allow a bug day to exist. People can tolerate a workaround while waiting for it. Perfect. The thing is that, like, if you disable only a few parts of what makes it happen, and people are still clearing 150s, then is it really a workaround? Like, I'll put it this way, they've done things like that in Diablo 3 where they would just disable an item or disable or whatnot, right? Disable this, that's it. But I guess what I'm trying to tell you is, without telling you everything I know, is that it's more than just that. You will still, you can technically still do it without the Sentry, and you're still going to make it unfair for everyone else who isn't doing it. I'm not saying don't disable Sentry. If Sentry was the only problem, I would be like, yes, disable Sentry. Like, if Sentry was the issue, because no one uses it for any other build because it sucks, then I would be 100% and be like, yeah, oh, absolutely, just disable that. But because it's more than just that, and people are still going to be able to get clears they aren't supposed to get, then it's not really solving anything. That's the thing. I won't say it's not solving anything. It's only slowing the problem. Like people aren't going to be happy if, it's like, oh man, people are abusing to get, 150s in 4 or 5 minutes, and it's like, you disable Sentry, oh man, now they're getting 150s in 8 minutes. That's so much better. Like, it's not, no, like it's still, you're still ruining the leaderboards. You see what I'm saying? Alra, okay. I won't, I'll let it be. I speaking directly to the, to the devs about said issue with the bug. But if if you feel like you know more than they do, then okay, I'll let you be. But I agree that if Sentry was the only part of the problem, then I'd be like, yes, do the thing and remove it. All I'm saying is that there are other interactions that people don't know, and I can't and I won't talk about it.
It's locked.
because then I'm not going to spread or say, oh, by the way, if you did this, then you can actually exploit even better or worse or, you know, more or whatever. And I'm not, you know, that would be a disservice for me to do that. But no. But at the end of the day, though, I will say that they have, and they are doing a poor job of giving us a legitimate leaderboard for rogues, like a very poor job. No, it doesn't make it okay because they haven't taken action yet. Don't go around like spreading misinformation, sir. It doesn't mean that it's okay. It just means that they haven't taken any action on it, but it does not mean it's okay. Like Blizzard is not telling you, oh, by the way, you can go do the thing. That's like saying robbing the bank is bad, but you won't. I mean, but that's the thing though. Like they can take action if they choose to. They can take action if they choose to. But just because they haven't taken action does not mean it's not against the TOS. Yeah, they haven't. You're right. That is correct. Does that mean it's not against the TOS though? Just that's the point I'm making. All I'm saying, I mean, people can do it at their own risk. I'm just saying they have the ability to remove and ban individuals for doing so if they choose to, if or when they choose to. All I'm saying is, just because they haven't done anything about it does not mean it does not mean that they're saying it's okay. Is what I'm saying. That's all I'm refuting. I'm not saying that you will get banned or anything like that. You can do it and nothing may happen to you. And that could be true. But it does not mean that they are actually saying it's okay. That's different. That's different than them just not choosing to take action. That's all I'm saying. Like, we're going around saying, "Oh yeah, Blizzard is saying it's okay." No, they're not saying it's okay. They're just doing a poor job of handling this. That's what they're doing. They're doing an awful, terrible, poor job of handling this. That's what's going on. Right. Them being bad at it does not mean they're okay in it. Two different things. This is wrong, but I'm too lazy to arrest you. Okay, yeah, I mean, pretty much. If I had to take a guess, because I don't know for sure. But if I had to take a guess, I am assuming, again, it's assumption. I don't really know for sure. Assuming that they just don't want the amount of work it takes for them to ban people who are purposely doing it versus people who are not aware that it's an actual exploit or the fact that it's, you know, part of a build, because they may not know. Even though it's kind of like hard to not know that you're actually doing it because you have to know what you're doing per se. But there are cases where innocent individuals can get caught and, you know, caught up into that, and that's a problem. So my assumption is that's a heck of a lot of work for them, you know, for them to do, and They just don't want to do that right now. They probably have more important things that they're worried about. Right. That's my assumption. I don't know why people exploit in the first place. Is like playing games with God mode on is boring and lame. I mean, I put it to you this way: like, it's one thing. So like, okay, I put it this way: like back in like when we were growing up, right? You know, we had like Game Genie and stuff, right? Like we had Game Genie and we did the, you know, up down, left right, ABA select start or whatever for like some, you know, for the Contra code or whatever, right? You guys remember that, right? But like when we did that, there was something tangible at the end, right? Like there's something to gain for trying to get to the end, even if you did cheat to do it, right? In Diablo 4, there's really nothing to gain. Like nothing happens at GR1 at tier 150 versus tier 140 or 130. You're not gaining access to something new per se that's tangible. I guess maybe a cosmetic halo or whatnot, sure. But outside of that, you're not gaining anything that you haven't already experienced in, you know, tier 140 or tier 120, because it's all the same thing. So you're exploiting to achieve what exactly at the end of the day is the interesting part. But again, you know, if that's how some people want to play their game, right? Not knocking. If that's how they want to have fun, it's cool. However, it kind of goes to show that like people don't really care about a legitimate leaderboard being a thing in like Diablo 4. Because if you did, you'd have more of the unspoken rule of don't screw up the leaderboards, because I actually want leaderboards to actually matter. But action RPG communities, nope. Screw that. You know. And what we have right now is a result, basically. Eric, what's going on, man? My guess is Blizzard saying the turn too bad for the top 10 rogues. Want to compete, but we have more pressing matters. Something bigger will change in later effects. Yep, pretty much. 100%. By the way, just keep in mind, for those who may not have been this way, I am totally okay with disagreeing. Like, they don't ever feel like you have to kind of, you know, step on, you know, be, you know, tiptoe around like how you might feel about something. I am 100% okay with disagreeing. I'm not gonna ban you here. I'm not gonna say anything. I'm not gonna call you any names or nothing like that. So this is not that kind of stream. But making sure they see the structure at Blizzard, because I play a lot of their games now the past couple of years. The upkeep has been dog. Yeah. I almost think that like oh, babe, what's going on? He's lying, chat. He banned me for 1 month for saying hello. You were nice. You was nicely suspicious, basically. That winky face. I felt like you were addressing me with your eyes, and I took offense to that. This is actually good. This is partially education. This district is just playing how to bug. works and people need to know they exist and it's still there. Well, the problem is that like I can't say like I don't say I can't. How do I say this? So like ideally part of what I'm not supposed to do and with the Diablo partner stuff or whatever is to report things, like report bugs, report those kind of things. Also, talk about community sentiment or whatever. I'm kind of like an ambassador for you guys to kind of collect ideas and say, hey, my community says you suck, right? And if that's what you guys are saying, then that's what I report. It is what it is, right? Okay, I'll be real. Like I'll get in more detail on that. But point being is that sometimes we tend to sometimes have access to some information about certain things, and we can't go back and like speak on it. Like for instance, like some of the exploits or bugs or whatever, like we know about it, and maybe some other interactions that the community doesn't know exist because the thing hasn't been removed for the other problem to exist. Because we're just like y'all. We're like, why in the hell isn't this not fixed yet or whatever? Why, we're just like y'all, like the rest of the community. And they might explain it to us, but we can't explain it. We may not get the permission to explain it to everyone else. Because then we spread how to actually do the other bug that causes the bug that no one knows is a bug yet because the item or thing still exists. And so, you see what I'm saying? So it's like, I want to tell you why just removing one thing isn't going to work. Like I really do, but I can't. But I totally understand the sentiment. I'm just as annoyed about the problem as a whole as people who, look at the ladders and see the same thing in a sense. Does that make sense? So it's like I want to be as open as I possibly can without, while following the rules of the program I'm in. It's probably the best way I can say that.
What brings you to the
But if I get permission to tell you guys things, y'all will be the first to know, because I'd be like, yo, they said I can say this. So that's the thing. But I think overall, I think all of us kind of have the same frustration, even if we come at it in different angles. I think the frustration is the same. As in, like, it shouldn't be happening for the majority of the expansion release that rogues can't get a legitimate ladder. I could be the boss with Twist and Blaze build. PS if possible, please reply in writing so I can translate it. Also, I saw you, Evan the Pig. I know you're there. I guess the easiest fix would be to just remove or even mark it if you get abuse gears. I would, yeah, I mean, like I said, there's definitely several things that they could do. And just like you said earlier, Alara, is that they, it's just a matter of, the people, like, I guess, allowing to, or I guess resources being allocated to do said thing. The teams are, like, the way that the Diablo framework of updates and stuff work is that, generally speaking, they're, like, working on things way ahead of, like, like, way ahead of time. So they're like, so to bring them off of whatever future project that they're working on after releasing something, I guess a decision that the management or whoever's above them have to make to let them do said thing, like the whole marking of individuals who are exploiting, or actually like removing exploited clears, or banning, or whatever the thing that that will help people to say, hey, that's not okay, don't do that, right? So I totally get the community sentiment where it's like, yeah, they haven't done anything, so it's okay. It's like, I can see why you feel that way. It's just not like, It's not what they're going for. I don't know. It's a tough thing. No one's happy about it. Didn't the rogue bug shift towards Spearborn? I mean, ish. So spin the win better for Boston than rapid fire grenade. Yeah. Yeah. I would say spin like I mean spin the win is like extremely good for T12. Like anything T12 for sure. Like I'm not even a rogue player, so I don't have a stake in this, but there's probably like 200 other gameplay issues. I'm pretty sure that there's more than 200 other gameplay issues. There's so many things, man. There's so many things. Yo, I personally, I'd be fine if they just spent like one season of just bug fixing. Like if they got permission to just fix everything, just allow them to just fix everything, like fix all the problems, and just let them do that for like a season. The game would feel different. Classes will feel different. Yeah, just let them fix the game. The like the underlying issues that need to be dealt with. Just let them do that. Just one season. Just let them go. Just say, hey, you know. Sure, there'll be some people that'll be upset and it's like, but my season theme, right? But I guarantee you, people will feel a lot better about things, about the state of the actual game, like the base game itself. They were like, but can't ask us, do you want the rogue buckets and delay the next X pack by 2 months, or have again an empty season 15? Oof. Any game is going to have a gyro page for over 1,000 open issues. I got 13 more keys. Okay, we're good. Keep on picking up all this stuff though. Junk. Do I even have any room left for all the rest of the charm stuff? I do. Make my life a little easier. Throw the rest of stuff in here. I don't understand what the bug was in the last season and why there was no adjustment for it. Well, they actually did fix some things, but other things propped up. That's why everyone kind of thinks the Umber Crux is like the main problem. Like, or people think Umber Crux is actually like bugged still because Umber Crux is in the build still. They technically they fixed it. They did. They actually did fix Umber Crux. It's just being used to amplify a different bug. And that's what's like crazy about it, right? But yeah, they're trying. They're just not doing a great job, or a good job, or a job at all. I just. Found a seal of Golden Epiphany with +2 marksman skills for your spending row. On paper, it looks worse than my current talisman with +10% basic skill damage. Well, you don't. So okay, so you don't really want to use any mythic seals at all on your spin the win at all. Like nothing, you'll get nothing out of it. And then if you're doing Golden Epiphany, you're missing the 5-piece bonus, which makes this whole spin the win Heart Seeker work. So if you can't do the 5-piece narrow eye set, then the build doesn't work at all. So you don't even want to use that. The number 1 slot on pit ladder site rogue dash build using bugs, yes. 90% of Rogue's existence in the expansion on tower leaderboards has had bug clears, basically. Which is unfortunate. Now we're learning why A is back again. Second time. Also talking tower, other classes. The other classes are using rogues to level glyph to 150 to compete on leaderboard. Yeah, well, like I said, what can we do? We can complain, but what can we truly do? Their leaderboard rewards are a bit meh, but I'm not sure how to make them better. Yeah, there's a tough thing where, yeah, I may not get into all that, but yeah, because you can't go too far in one direction, otherwise you're literally gonna cause a different type of issue. Worst leaderboards to be solo stuff found, but no gear only. No gear, no skills, right? There we go. That's how we're doing it. All you get is fisticuffs. Man up.
Pity to break another's work.
Day 2, like the reset I did 1 to a tower, and I was 38. I'll take it and retire. I'd go barehanded. Yeah.
Goodbye. It has been.
But all in all, I think I can say tower in general needs a lot of help. Not even just the rewards or the bugging thing or whatnot. I think we deserve a better competitive outlet than tower. I've been saying that ever since Pit, really. Like ever since like Pit was like the metric or whatever. I wonder how much co-pilot influence the game has. I just started playing the season last. I thought patch schools they didn't reveal much under the hood, and I realized they might not even know what goes on in there. You know what though? Like they actually, you know what's funny? They actually fixed the sightless clone for poison imbuement without any mentions in the patch notes at all. There was definitely some undocumented changes that didn't make the patch notes. That is kind of important to mention, considering now like some things weren't possible without some of that stuff, and then but nothing was mentioned. Like Ava had to go and like find out on like a random testing spree. Oh, we get the second one now. Okay. Initial rated builds changed to quite a bit over the season. Why is that? Because builds that are meta get played a lot, and as you play a build that hasn't really been played before, because we couldn't play it on PTR or last season, so everything was mostly theory. So it's like it should work this way, it should work that way, and then when you actually play it, then it's like, oh, okay, well this is a little bit doing it this way is a little bit better, and then you make adjustments, and then you whatnot. And so as you play it and do more things it tends to grow. So everybody's playing, everybody's Renovaros build like that, who might have constructed it before the season started, has made changes, like considerable changes to it. Yeah, so it's best that you do update when, you know, as things are, you know, being found out, versus never updating at all, and people wondering why you're still using the thing that doesn't work anymore. But yeah. Yeah, but like actually all of my builds, I've actually put out several updates for all of my builds really, throughout the course of the season, because I do things and it's like, oh, I didn't know I can do this, or sometimes you just have to play, right? You're just more curious about the discovery process. Oh, well, in that case, honestly, it's just playing. Like you put it together, you make a theory, and then you start playing it. Not always does it work out the exact way that you planned it would. For instance, like I always thought about trying to do Crown of Lucian with Heartseeker. In general, not even spin the win, because like that wasn't even a thing yet when I was first start talking about it. But the problem was energy consumption. So I thought, okay, well, I have to have a Starless Skies then. And Starless Skies was like really, really rare to drop because it was a problem and whatnot. So I'm like, okay, well, I can't recommend Crown of Lucian without Starless Skies. So, but then I revisit it and I'm like, can we try to make this work? So I end up doing this, and I add it to Boss Will because that also gives, you know, good energy regen. I'm like, well, is there anything else I can do to kind of help that? And did a couple of things, and I'm like, hey, we can actually sustain without Starless Sky. It's pretty cool. And then I rolled it up on the site whenever I, you know, got it to a point where it felt good for people to use. So sometimes it really is just, you know, just being like, you know what? I haven't tried this yet. Let me just see what happens. Can you show your gear? I still can't farm T12 bosses on this build. It's helm, chest, gloves, pants, boots, crossbow, amulet, but this is the bossing amulet. Scoundrel's Kiss, Moonrise. Although vanquishing would be for like the regular stuff that isn't bossing. Shard of Varathiel and Etna's. My stats on the Kiss is kind of meh. I don't really want the attack speed on there. It's a dead stat, but it is what it is. Yeah, being able to do T12 bosses on any rogue build that isn't Rain of Arrows, like the meta, definitely just takes some investment. Like it definitely takes getting the correct stats with the correct masterworks on those on the stat that is just chosen. So, however, Rain of Arrows is more so of like like Renoveros, as long as you have the 3 breakpoints, you literally can like pull any gear out of like some crusty den or whatever, and like be able to mostly slam T12 because it's just that strong, right? But all the other road builds definitely take some investment to get there. I'm just glad my company's customers aren't as demanding as D4 players are. What do you do? If you don't mind me asking. Let's go ahead and get this whisper real quick. I want to try to get a better Scoundrel's Kiss. Real estate entrepreneur, 100 employees. Okay. Where's that McDonald's? Let's just say hypothetically he did work at McDonald's. His comment about, you know, he's glad that his customers aren't as demanding as D4 players would be quite wowed if McDonald's customers are more are more reasonable than the D4 players are. That would be wild. At the bull setup, but only Varathio as mythic, so probably where I'm missing damage. So I don't think it's really just the mythic thing. Also, just be careful just about that, like the actual stats. A lot of people who ask me about this stuff when I've actually checked their gear or profile or something like that, I can always point out what exactly that they don't have. That's in the guide. It was like someone who was missing an entire aspect on the amulet by accident, obviously. But it's just like, it's one of those things where it's like, you know, if I had the time, I can surely pick apart what's happening. Oh snap! You know, I just realized, guys. I just realized that this boot just I took off my maximum health. That's the second boot that literally took off like an important stat. Screw that, man. I was like, why is my toughness like below 800k? I mean, I run pretty glassy, but I was like, man, this boot is like kind of anorexic here, man. Like, what's going on? Now I know. Okay, let's see what we got for. Wait, does 3-1 mythic still work here? Cool, bad. It does, okay. Life on hit, boo. Alright, so I guess we'll put this back. This way I can get a Signet and a Scoundrel's Kiss. Better versions of. Maybe. I got 82. Nice. We gotta at least not a good one, but I might need to hold on to that though. Oh, nice be still. If Scoundrel's Kisses refuse to roll good skills for me. What is with the life regen and whatchamacallit? Ugh. At least I got a good one of those. Yeah, hold on to these two. So I can 3-to-1. When you get to McDonald's, you know exactly what you get. Big Mac is Big Mac everywhere. D4 Caesars are not the same. All right, fair. That is fair, sir. Although the CEO wouldn't eat his own Big Mac, so just saying. So do you know what you're getting then if the CEO is not confident of eating his own Big Mac? I mean, I'm just saying. All right, so we can 3-to-1 of that. Then we can do all these, I guess. I mean, you know what? Actually, I would be okay with at least having cooldown over attack speed. Because right now I have attack speed on this, and I mean cooldown would be more useful technically. I still can't get what I want though. Yeah.
And,
Oh wait,
Try
just realized something. I can just do boss trophies, Beast and Ice. Some rings. All right, here we go. No, I am out. If I guess this is kind of the best I got. I'm running Urania Veil's build with 227 max energy, 13.86 cooldown, 39 skill ranks with the 7.5 aftermath roll. But then it randomly goes on a 4 or 5 second cooldown. It's the +4 energy regen. When the beast fall boost breaking the loop, it should not be. Your aftermath might be. I mean, it shouldn't be causing the problem there. Yeah, if you have 39 ranks, then you should be fine. Yeah, you shouldn't be having any issues. 4 to 5 second cooldown. That 13.86 cooldown. So you have 13.86 cooldown on your Rain of Arrows, 39 skill ranks with the 7.5 aftermath roll, 227 max energy. Yeah, you should be fine. And I don't think the energy regen on your Beast Fall boost is causing should not be causing any issues. I haven't heard of that before. But I mean, you naturally regen energy anyway, so that 4 second is barely doing anything for you.
It is done.
Excellent find.
Let's masterwork this. And still. Maybe crit chance.
Panda Glass your aided my
Panda
stream
with
with
the
76
raid.
Dark
viewers.
side. We just got raided, son. You know how we do. Drop my new beat for these new viewers. Sheezy out.
What is up, sir? How's it going? How's it going? Surprised you're actually you're logging off already. That lets me know I've been on for pretty late. I'm like, man, I'm on long enough for Panda to raid me. Damn. That's how you know my sleep schedule is like all out of whack, right? Appreciate you coming in. I'm trying to like get some upgrades.
Mainlander.
Trying hard. So yeah, I started late though. I started my stream pretty late, so vulnerable damage, okay. And then we're going to send it. We're just gonna go and see what happens. Okay, what did it do? Did it GA the crit chance? I don't know what it did. I don't think it's the vulnerable. This is the vulnerable here. This is 26 vulnerable. This is 25, and this is not GA. It's not the vulnerable. I don't know what it did. Is it the crit chance? It might have been a crit chance. Because I mean, I rolled the crit chance on it, and then of course because it's rolled, it's not going to show a GA on it if it GA'd it. So I'm assuming it's the crit chance. This for me in game was Talion, cross platform permissions, Euroblock. What is up? Oh, this is your rogue? Oh, you're playing to spin the win. Would be six, yeah. So yeah, it had to be the crit, the crit chance. I mean, I don't know. Let's go to training ground real quick. Make sure my breakpoints aren't compromised. Not really. Yeah. I guess I'll keep it in the stash, but it's really not gonna make a difference. Just put this over here in like sad land. Alright, I guess that was practically all of my the uses of my boss mats. Real salvage. I might do a couple of pits and then probably end up calling it. Kind of want to see where my guy rogue is at now. I don't think I got any like serious upgrades, but 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. Oh, 6. Oh, 20% damage one. Yes. 5, 5. You know, for like poison setup or something. Okay. And we're gonna change one more thing out here. I put it in my stash, didn't I? I did. Should be Vex, yeah. I shouldn't do this, but I'm gonna do it anyway. I'm also kind of curious. I'm gonna go like try hard. Alright, I think you guys saw like me do barrage earlier and the rapid fire earlier. And now we're gonna see this with Fire Seeker. So people are using me, so something I figured out like, oh, you wanted me to do a gear check. That's what you wanted me to do. All right, give me a sec. I thought you wanted me like to like see your like maybe a transmog or something. I misunderstood. Actually kind of want to try the whatchamacallit rune though. Or try the other wait, where's the thing? Oh, there's the pedestal. All right, Disney, you there? All right, let me make sure I don't forget my ring, or that I was gonna switch my ring.
Wise to seek an Ascari where stones are concerned.
Swap. Boom. All right. Let's take a look at the helm. Retribution. Okay. Got a decent chest. That's a pretty low roll on the resolve. Like the lens or whatever. That's like I'm gonna say low roll, it's like mid roll. Are you having any issues that like are you dying or anything? If not, then you know, cool. All right, Pangorgers. So I don't know if you have a Gladiator's Gauntlet. Like you can wear either or. So either Gladiator's Triumph or Pangorgers as a worn slot, and then the other one becomes a charm. So whichever one rolls better. Pangorgers is a lot easier to get, but the rolls are harder to get. So it's like it's kind of a trade-off. Like Gladiator's Triumph is hard to get, but the rolls are easier to obtain. So here, I don't know what else was on here, but like you have attack speed, of course. Not having crit damage is a pretty big deal here, fortunately. And the 115 is kind of a mid roll for your unique thing. Always like these big uniques or whatever. Always try to like re-roll the unique, if you can, if you have the mass to. Re-roll the unique value as high as you possibly can get it as well. Shot is fine. Boost actually looks fine here. Good weapon, actually. Got GA on both the critical strike damage and the weapon damage. It's just so good that you haven't transfigured stuff either yet. People kind of just slam real early. The shard is decent. Your Etna's is actually pretty decent as well. This one hurts a little bit. I say that because, for one, the unique ethics is one of those things you want to roll as high as you possibly can. I mean, that seems like that's not a big deal, but like because you stack it 16 times, it does matter a little bit. Unfortunately, you got the cold damage multiplier on it. Not having vulnerable or crit damage hurts. I know how hard it is because I still don't have crit damage on my Scoundrel's Kiss, so I get it. But definitely not having vulnerable damage hurts versus cold damage. The cold damage is nowhere near as good as the vulnerable damage is. But I'm pretty sure it's hard to get a good ring, so it's gonna take some time. Here you need crit damage. You have all damage here. You need to roll that to crit damage for sure. Like all damage is not the play here for you. And the amulet, Amulet's okay. Is this your bossing setup? I'm assuming because you have high velocity. Were you bossing when you were doing it? Okay, cool. I just making sure. So you do have a frozen memories. Okay. So the only other thing I can tell you, like your gear's actually not bad. There are a few places where it's like questionable. It's like not having crit damage here, middle roll unique, kind of hurts. Same thing here, also kind of hurts. Same thing here, crit damage, but you said you rolled that already. The only other thing I can, yeah, no, you don't want cold damage roll on anything unless it's free. Like, it's free on like for here, for example, it's fine because it's either that or dex, so you're okay to do cold damage here because the value is actually not that bad on an amulet. But everywhere else, you do not want cold damage or all damage. Anywhere else, vulnerable damage is way better. Crit damage is way better. And of course your Gladiator's Charm, which I can't see that if you have it or not, based off of what's here. But the other thing I can mention, there's two parts to this, right? So let's go to the training ground real quick. Make sure that you are actually using Heartseeker often when you're fighting bosses. So like don't just hold down right click and spin. If you do just this on bosses, you're not going to do much damage at all. Most of your damage is you forcing more arrows with Heartseeker by manually tapping it yourself. Okay? So if you're not manually tapping your Heartseeker on bosses to force the arrows, you're not going to do much damage at all. So just want to keep that in mind because oftentimes people kind of get it and it's like, oh, if I can hold on right click, then you know, it's all good because I got the vengeance stacks. And it's like, no, that's not the way. But yeah, that's about it though. What up, Ava? Actually, Ava, let me show you since you're here. I saw what you was doing with Doc earlier, so let's go to Butcher. Let's do a Butcher kill real quick. To future-proof this tech. That is super cool. It's so the thing is that like I guess whenever I have more time, what I really want to do is to see if there are specific breakpoints that causes the auto basic attacks while spinning to fire at a certain at a certain clip, because like it worked that way in Diablo 3 where like, you know, the straight breakpoints were, I won't say it was important, but it did fire. Like if you were standing still and you weren't moving, like, you know, there was, you know, more arrows would fire at certain attack speeds, stuff like that. So I wonder if they coded that in here for the same purpose. It won't matter as much because if you're tapping it yourself, you're forcing the breakpoint anyway. So it's like, even if there was a thing, it will only help people who aren't manually casting, which is a lot like D3's you know, God 6 thing. So there's, yeah. Okay. Yeah, so that's my Butcher kill. I'm only doing it once because I'm out of keys, I think. Oh, well, Okay, I have one key.
We're doing it, man. I show you that because it's like I get the same frustration you get, right? Yeah, that where it's kind of like when people say, "Oh, I can't kill bosses on the setup," or T12 is, it's not good in T12, and like you and I are literally just being like, "Well, what do you like? What are you suggesting that we're doing? Like, are you saying we're not doing what we're doing? Like, literally, actually, footage of evidence of actually doing the thing." It's just like, my gear is pretty good. I still struggle to do pit 120 sometimes. Only thing I need, I guess, is glyphs up. Exhaust smoke and mirrors. I think my fastest 120 was like 70 something seconds. I forgot what map it was, but it was like insane. Screw that. More unstoppable mobs. Seriously, that's a third one. Thanks, Blizzard. Guy in chat, I got a barb or create a rogue just in case. Just in case of what? You want to spend the win on your rogue too? Or do you want to be a rain boy? I'm against the wall. Are you serious? Losing damage to Pierces against the wall. Starter Rogue on hardcore. Is Rain of Arrows good for hardcore? Yeah. Rain of Arrows is good for everything. Literally everything. Here's how fast can speed clear the Sentry setup, but the issue is the AoE for Doc. You're not doing Star Shards, right? No, you're not doing Star Shards right now. In case you want to get the glitch to 150. I mean, realistically though, Ava, I think the guy did he not already have his glyphs like 150 when he did that clear? And he's had like most of his gear like transfigured. So realistically speaking, if you had that many transfigures, like that many transfigurations, you're probably gonna already have your glyphs at 150 already, most likely. You can get glyphs to 150 with pit 120 in 20 hours. Yeah, but the 20 hours though. Imagine taking a day off and be like, you know what I'm gonna do today, guys? We're gonna just. I'm Paragon 250 still can't find the last ferocity aspect. You mean like a max roll? Where can you find it? Oh, like you just like at all? You haven't found it at all. Like not having a max roll is one thing, but not at all in your Paragon 250. But there are weaving breakpoints though, by the way, Ava. I'm sure you've already guessed that. But there are like attack speed does affect the weaving breakpoints, but not in the same sense of regular attack speed. Like, you know, like how it works for just like the breakpoints for the original attack speed. Is it based on the original Heart Secret? Not really, no. So like you can like reach one breakpoint from standing firing Heartseeker, and the weave will still be the same. As in, like, you won't be able to weave any quicker than you did. It's quite funky. Although ironically, Real Flag. Okay, yeah. So like, ironically, it's very similar to how it was in the D3. I'm gonna do. I'm gonna hit this 124 real quick, and Ava, if you're still there, I actually want to show you this rapid fire thing I'm doing that I did for, I won't say for funsies, but it's like the full damage variant ish. I feel like I kind of had to put up on max roll, even if it is a bit clunky. But it's kind of neat. It's neat, but like it's kind of neat, but not. But yes, you'll just have to see it. How lucky hit chance to gain resource work is it out of the other resource rolls? No, Ava just answered it. Of course, I dash right into that. Actually, you know what? We're gonna start over. I'm gonna rip this. Yeah, that was like totally my fault. I dashed right into that. Now see if it fits the fate damage, and with Freeze, Azarath, and maybe more, do tricks. I mean, you'll see big, pretty numbers. It may not be more damage than what's already there. I don't know what Barbs are doing, so I can't really count on that, saying that. But you'll see a bigger, prettier number for sure. But it may not amount to more overall damage overall. Whoops. Double pylon. I can still kill blues before they become unstoppable, but yellows is a kind of a hit or miss. Appreciate the follows. Screw that. Kind of get in trouble there in that little area. Actually, do I want to spawn the boss there? No, I do not. I don't know if I want to spawn a boss here either. Oof. Pick up that last little health glove.
Excellent fight.
Yes. That was a 3 minute and 10 seconds? 3 minute and 11 second, 124. Rough on the boss though. I wish they didn't Blizzard would fix the whole like arrows getting lost in the corridors, because like build like this, anything like pierces like that gets lost against walls and crap. So like it's like playing this build against any boss in like high pits or whatever, it's just so unfun because you have to lure it into an open enough area to not lose damage. How does Azeroth perform a rogue? Really good. Really good for the builds that are really good for the setups that are meant for it. I put it that way, for like the pushing stuff. You wouldn't do it for like regular content, but for pushing, yes. Any way that you to get in touch with you to get paid one-on-one or 2-hour lesson. I've actually never had anyone ask. Generally speaking, I don't really charge for help. But I don't really think you really need 2 hours. Or even an hour. If it's more so just like looking at your gear or whatnot. Or I can't really help you in game because I'm solo self-found, so I can't get in the same game as you. I can, like, I don't know, maybe hop on a Discord, maybe kind of see what you got. You have to just join my Discord. Check my link in the description if you're on YouTube, and just hit me up that way. If you want to quickly switch off of Spin the Wednesday, you just swap on wolves and take off dancing knives. Yeah, pretty much. That's it. Yeah, everything else kind of stays the same. All right. I'm gonna do one run with rapid fire, and then I'm calling it for the night. You check that. I'm on it for that. Does not have interrupted power flags at all. Really? Okay. That's actually interesting. I wonder why they did it that way.
Here's what remains.
Oh, I can use my new signet, my new ring. Got my new mythic ring. We're gonna use it. We're gonna use it. It's just this be the last run anyway. We're gonna go ahead and get this done. Word. Resource. Probably because the test speed scales to damage itself, so they didn't want to double dip. Okay, yeah, that's fair. But yeah, Ava, check this out before I end up going. I mean, it's basically like a lot of what like Zarya was like doing in a sense, but I'm trying to do it in like a speed version of it ish. It's annoying ish to play, kind of. But it feels good when it's done. When it happens.
That is Ascari craftsmanship.
Okay. We'll just go with the crappy gem. It's fine. Surely I'm not gonna die, right? I think this is it. Make sure Paragon is good. Skills are good. And yeah. I think we're good. This should be a pretty big jump from this. I should totally feel that. Oh, I forgot to slam it. Alright. YOLO? We just YOLO, right? YOLO. Indestructible. There. That's fine. I don't even care at this point. Cover your ears. Here started to use rapid fire in his random arrows built to use crown. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. I mean, eventually it was inevitable that you know the path of degeneracy is gonna happen. At some point, gotta squeeze out another I think it's like another tier of damage, right? But then you also have to think about the casting time of random a rapid fire too. I'm surprised it chose rapid fire to do it with, because that has a longer animation. Why not barrage or something? Take barrage and then take the attack speed one, so you can get back to your random arrows animation faster. So you're technically losing damage going rapid fire versus another spender. But hey, regardless, it's still about a tier, right? Uh-oh. 3. All right, here we go. All right, now we're good. I didn't want to die at the start. I'm like, I just don't have any movement because I'm forced to use puncture, a second basic attack, unfortunately. Although I could be a Giga Chad and just cast puncture 5 times at the start and then switch to Shadow Step. Like, that'd be like the ultimate play.
Curse this place. I'm being followed. Impressive. Unfortunate.
Oh, it's unstoppable mobs. Oh, they're gonna keep following me, aren't they? Leave me alone. Oh, he's still following me. Yeah, it's got a certain flair to it, but the problem I don't like, and it's the only thing kind of keeping me from like making this you know, the main variant versus the variant that's up there that feels better to play, is this freaking puncture thing I have to do. Because you cannot stack Vengeance without it, without another basic, unless you can get your cooldown enough, which means that you need like an additional like TDR roll and some like a GA or something like that to kind of get it below 4 seconds. But then you have to wait like 19 seconds to get 5 stacks of Vengeance. So it's like, even if you do that, you're hurting yourself at the start for like, you know, a chunk of your run. So the fact that I gotta do this first, the 5 stacks here, and then never use puncture anymore, because then I'll be able to sustain from Heartseeker, is just so kind of whack. But there's really no other way around it. All right, well, I guess I'll save this because I have the ring now. A new ring. Go overwrite. Boom. And all right. That is it, y'all. We're gonna go find someone to raid out to. I'm actually up later than I was planning on being. But yeah, GG's. We had quite the entertainment today. Quite the topics, even that area. It was day one person like in my stream. He was like one of the first people to ever like view like the stream. He was literally there on day one. I think it was like, what was it? April 15th, 2020, I think. Was my very first stream ever. So yeah. So the people I normally would rate to have like rated me already. Panda's gone. Are you guys cool with watching some PoE too by chance? Your friend of mine is doing the thing, but he hasn't streamed in a while though, so like but all right. So from here, he said so from here on out, what's it? Oh, by the way, in your guys' you said room, but wolves don't work like before, right? They don't, but the wolves still proc the mark. That's all you care about. Yeah. So they don't do all the many different quality of life that they used to, but they still proc the mark, and that's all you care about. But with the spin to win, you don't need the wolves anymore. So you just do dance and eyes. With that being said, we're gonna go to Echo Hack. And you guys won't see as much of me going forward for like the next 3 weeks, just because percussion camp is next week, and then there's band camp. So many hours in the hot sun where I'm going to become like 6 shades darker and as such. So I will be streaming sporadically during that time frame whenever my body will allow me to. But other than that, I appreciate you guys being here. You guys could be watching anyone else, but you're watching here, chilling with me, and I do not take that for granted. And as always, until next time.